March 10th, 2022, Board of Directors of the Port Angela School District regular meeting will come to order. Tonight, we're going to have a budget development work session prior to our regular board meeting at 7. It should last approximately an hour. And so, Carmen, you don't have to say anything right now, do you? Okay. So, we're going to turn this over immediately to our director, our budget director.
Okay. Am I good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, I'll keep it close. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Looking forward to having a good discussion this evening, and I'll start with just kind of sharing where we're at and what some of the thoughts that we, seeds that we wanted to plant, things to think about. Just a brief overview for this first work session, and just kind of get a feel for where we're going next year. So in today's discussion, we're going to talk about just the current fund balance, current projections of where we see we're going to find, wind up at the end of this year. You'll hear a recommendation of annual, an actual annual full-time equivalent budget recommendation of what we think that we should project into next in budget off of next year. Discuss budget priorities and talk about next steps in the budget process. So here's this the chart that I show you all the time every year. It's the same, just the same setup. We every month we look at our fund balance, and then I try to project into the coming months and try to look at how we'll end up at the end of the year. This is really the behind the scenes of the chart that we look at every month with the lines and the dashes of where we're hoping we're going to wind up. So this is the beginning and ending fund balances for each month. So really what I've done, and we talked about this at our last meeting, we've taken an average of our highest expenses to come up with which is 4.8, and I just, across the board, I figured that we'd spend about 4.8 each month, and come up with this ending fund balance of, or this ending expenditures of $57,000, and a total projected revenue of over 58 million. I said thousand, I meant million. 57 million in expenditures and 58 million in revenue, with a positive addition to the fund balance of just over $500,000. So these two numbers, as we move forward, kind of looking into next year's budget, these two are going to be pretty important, because I'm going to kind of build the budget off of where we're going to end this year. So just kind of wanted to paint that picture and start you thinking about that. So as we move forward and look at the actual numbers, there's a few things you want to kind of keep in mind. We've looked at and based the numbers off of a trend over the last 6 years. So that trend has been up and down, and we'll get more into that in the next few slides. But it's really hard to project with our anomaly with COVID. So have to make some decisions based on some actual numbers that we're seeing this year, and the average that we'll take for the end of this year. Our estimated enrollment, it does not. So where we're headed and what we've figured, just like this year, we have to balance that budget with ESSER dollars. Our enrollment, frankly, doesn't. We've talked about this. It doesn't balance the budget. We have expenses where we would really be able to support our expenses if we had an enrollment of about 3,500. So we're really still off. Moving into the year with the kinds of needs that the kids have needed with extra support in the classrooms, extra support with their learning loss. It's not the time to decrease staffing. It's time to find a way to continue to maintain those supports in the classroom. So finding that balance and that moving forward with the amount of students that we have is really what our goal is, and using ESSER dollars to do that, which is again what we've done this year. So this is the actual trend over the last few years, and you can see that 2021 dip at 3277. Now that really skews our trend. It actually would recommend an average or a projected enrollment of 3,300, which is a lot lower than right now. We have an average of 3,391, and that's just, we really don't see over 100 students leaving over the summer. So I wanted to show you if we change that and really just took that average enrollment of 3,391 from 2021, how it just sort of evens that out. We lost those 228 students when we moved into the 2021. We've received all but about 100 of them back, and then we continue to increase at Seaview. So, which again is where we've seen that average of 3,391. So because of that, and looking at the trend, if we removed that anomaly, the recommended budget would be 3,350. So we built our budget last year on 3,235, and we've seen those students come back. I just think that it's a safe, conservative number to go with the 3,350. Yeah. Did you have anything you wanted to add about that, Marty?
Yeah. So if you just simply go to the previous slide, please, Kara. You just simply take the raw average and the trend, with the 3277 in 21-22 or 2021. It projects out at 3,300, which is 93 less than what we have today. I think the board has full discretion to do that. I don't know that that's really that's not what Karen and I would recommend tonight. Because if you look at then the next slide and we balance that out with what we have this year, that projects us out to be 3,350, which is still well below where we were pre-COVID. But that would give us the ability to build a balanced budget off of a more realistic number on the number of kids we have today. The one thing I want to alert the board to is this: there are some things in our budget or in our enrollment that are still unknowns. We still have 100+ students that have not returned to our school system. Homeschooling, it's 100+. I'm not giving the exact number, but well over 100 students that have gone to private school, gone to homeschool. They have yet to return. So that's an unknown. The second unknown is we know we have approximately, and again, I'm not using exact numbers tonight for budget purposes. The second item is we have about 100 students that are in our Seaview program out of district. So then the key question is, what do those students do? Because if they're neighborhood schools, it was a very different environment at the beginning of this year when we increased our enrollment to what we did in Seaview. If next year's, if their neighborhood schools or their home schools are providing a more robust in-person learning, will some of those students go back to their home schools? We don't know that. Okay. So I think looking at and considering a budget of 3,350 would give us the ability to have a buffer of about 50 students that quite frankly, if they chose to go back to their homeschool, you know, that would give us the ability to still have a balanced budget. So Kira and I, you know, for the recommendation, and last year we brought in a number, and the board wanted to be more conservative last year. I don't know if you remember that conversation. But for the purposes of starting this conversation tonight, both Kira and I are very comfortable with 3,350 students based on those two variables.
So we're gonna use that number.
The board will give us guidance tonight. Yep. Somewhere between 3,300 and 3,350 is what we see there. Kira?
Thank you. Okay.
Just before we move on,
Sure.
do we know why there's just a general downtrend since 2016? I mean, without even excluding COVID, we have a pretty steady downward trend in enrollment. Do we know why that is?
I think there's lots of different variables. You know, we've had the anything anywhere from the economy to housing to again then COVID. I mean, it's just I think that was when we first started tracking where kids were going. A lot of students were moving out of the area, and again I think it was mainly it just depends on the situation and the family. If you can come in and can purchase a home and find housing and to go along with your family's income, it's just I think that that's an easy answer and a big answer, very
it
vague,
tracks.
but yeah.
It really tracks because 2016 is when the parabolic move in our real estate market also started. That's when prices started to get a little out of hand.
Yeah.
So that
Plus
makes
the
sense.
birth rates countrywide are going down.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll
People
have
used
another
to have-
baby.
Hey, people
That's
like
up to you, my friend.
people like Michelle Olson and I are far fewer than people like Dr. Long.
Oh yeah, I'm going to
It's
adopt
just-
a few.
Lots of people are choosing to just have one baby, and that is gonna reverberate through all sections of our country in the future here. So I think we can continue to be conservative. This whole it's gonna bounce back to no.
Okay.
You just can't find the people anymore.
So I'm going to add to that as well. We remember we had conversations in this room in 1920, and that's where the thought process came around. Okay, so we know we have, and again, I'm using round numbers, so don't hold me to this, but about 125, 130 homeschool families system-wide, and about the same 125 to 130 that were headed to other ALE programs that we didn't have. And so in 1920 is the year we were looking at that data, and we started a fast track in October of 2019 to build Seaview Academy for that very purpose. If there's 125, 130 families or students going elsewhere for ALE services, we need to join that. And that's really about, I think that's 21st century learning, quite frankly, and families are looking for options like that. So we built Seaview not because of Seaview or because of COVID. We built Seaview to be competitive in that market of an alternate learning opportunity for families that we weren't providing at that point in time. So I think that's some of it, Jacob, is seeing more families go to homeschool even pre-COVID, but seeing a number of families, 120, 130 of our own kiddos going to other service providers across the state looking for options. So our goal that year was we want to recover those students, and convince our own families that we can do ALE better than maybe the next district because we're local and we can provide some things they can't provide. So I think that's some of it as well. Is we were not providing a similar option that maybe some other districts were providing in the ALE world. And it just so happened that we got really lucky and we had Seaview up and running right when COVID hit.
Yeah,
If we wouldn't have had Seaview up and running when COVID hit, I don't know what our system would have looked like.
Well, the harder you work, the luckier you get, huh?
Scary. That's called just getting lucky.
Yeah.
But I want to, before we move on, I just want to compliment our staff because I want the board to hear this over and over again. To build a program like Seaview Academy, it takes 12 to 18 months. But because of this data, and we didn't even know COVID was coming. We built Seaview Academy from October to January of 2020. So in a 3-month period of time, we went through all of the work that had to happen on the back end of that to launch it the semester of 2020. And so, you know, the staff, our staff, worked really incredibly hard to make that work. And it was perfect timing.
Okay.
So, a couple things as we move forward into the next budget and things to keep in mind. You know, as we're already starting to collect the letters of assurances. People are coming back, what their plans are. We're starting to have conversations. Scott's starting to create his list of the families or the people that are retiring and what their plans are if they're so. As best we can, we're going to try to anticipate the needs in the classrooms, and then, through attrition, not bring different positions back if we can. That's always hard, and making sure that you're using the eliminating the right positions, and then using the staff that we have to just kind of reorganize and make sure that it's not felt in the classroom and to other staff as well. So doing that as best we can, using those ESSER 3 funds to continue to help with student learning loss and help offset those costs and the lack of enrollment. And then the other piece, we've talked about regionalization forever and ever, and I want to remind you that this year will drop down to 3%. And then the year after that, we'll completely drop off of regionalization altogether. So there really has been no talk in the legislature about bringing that or readjusting that or bringing that back. So it's just something we have to prepare for. So this year we will receive that 3%, but the next year it will be completely gone. So we'll have to, yes.
Help me understand what's happening like to SWIM or the people who will continue to have regionalization. Will that continue forever?
Based on current legislation, correct.
And is it different percentages at every school district?
They vary. They do. SQUIM is a 6%. You get on the Kitsap Peninsula, and most of those districts are 18% regionalization districts. You go across the water, and you have some that are even as high as 24%. Although, if you get 24%, it does ramp down like ours to eventually get to 18. So,
Poor thing.
and there's really, it's a really complex system. SQUIM got 6% permanent regionalization based on the property value of the district, their assessed valuation. So the concept there is it's more expensive to live there. We can debate that. But the cost of homes at that point in time and the value of the community was greater and still is greater than Port Angeles. And so that's what the legislature used to determine who gets regionalization. And Kira is correct, even though we have continued to advocate for, for the legislators to look at that again, they have very little appetite to look at the regionalization concept because it is very complex. SQUIM got regionalization based on their AV. We got regionalization based on experienced staff. That's why it goes away. And quite frankly and honestly, I wish we'd have never had it because it's impossible to build a budget when you know you're losing 1% every year because you're trying to hire staff, you're trying to close contracts, you're trying to do all these things based on sustainability, and that's hard to do when you know 5 or 4 years from now you're going to lose 6% of your funding. But that's what we've had to deal with. That's why we've had to be so very careful in every time we bargain, every time we hire a position, we have to be very conscious of that moving forward. But next year, after next year, it will reset down to 0 unless they revisit that.
So the richer school districts receive generalization, the poorer school districts do not.
That is correct. Unless
Well,
you're, unless you fall like we do, where we had a very experienced and seasoned staff, and we got I call it, it's not the technical term, but I call it temporary regionalization. And that concept is there to help address your, your high-end employees that you had, particularly in the teacher ranks. So, yeah.
Does that make sense to anyone here on the board? No.
I mean, I understand it, but
Well, no,
I
no,
know
I
it doesn't,
understand it
no,
very
it's not a good
clearly.
system, no.
I mean, I understand, I know exactly
Yeah.
what it is.
But
Yeah.
an important concept here is, and I want, everybody in this room and watching on video to hear this, like, the northern end of the Olympic Peninsula, Port Angeles is always driven like, we pay our teachers the most, we pay our administrators the most, we pay our superintendents the most, our classified staff the most. Because Port Angeles is in my opinion, the centerpiece of the northern end of the Olympic Peninsula. Because we're transitioning now to this loss of regionalization, we can't compete with SCWM anymore. I mean, we have to own that. We really have to own that. They're generating 6% more revenue or a portion of from the state. So, that whole thing of driving the northern end of the Olympic Peninsula, Port Angeles can't do that anymore because it's not, we don't have the resources that our neighbors do.
Which, to answer your question, no, it doesn't make sense. And it's inequitable, really. Kind of leaves us where we can't pay our people as much as we should.
Could we not call that an equity issue?
Absolutely.
Isn't that an equity issue for our children?
Yeah.
Well, then let's get those people in here and I want them to say it to my face. I want them to be in my presence. I want them to be in our presence. Would you like to talk to your legislators about this or not? Do you feel like they're not going to do anything anyway, which is how I feel, but this is just unconscionable. And it is truly, we are a poor district. We have poor children. It's an equity issue. And they preach equity all day long. Okay, I've had my say
Yeah.
for the next 5 minutes. I'm really angry about this.
I think this will be the premise of a McCleary too.
Well, let's get on it. I thought that had already been filed by some.
No, that's for capital.
Oh, okay.
That's bonding.
Okay.
There has been a lawsuit filed
That's
against
the
the state of
60%.
Washington on the capital side.
That's what raised it from $1.50 to $2.50?
Give me some more information on that, Jacob.
Is that what you were talking about when we were at lunch, that they did come back and raise it from $1.50 to $2.50?
Yeah.
After they'd announced to everyone
Correct.
that it was only gonna be $1.50.
Yeah, when we transitioned to
Yeah.
McCleary, to bring Mary and everybody else up, so when we transitioned to McCleary, the state law was capping local levies at $1.50. Then in year 2, there was a understanding that, oh, wait a minute, this formula doesn't work for every district like us. So they gave school boards the authority to raise that back up to $2.50. And so we haven't taken that authority as a board. We flatlined that on $1.50 and maintained the original intent of McCleary, because we know in this room we have capital needs, and so we have to balance our operational with our capital needs, and our tax base can only afford so much. So.
Okay, just want to be sure we're all on the same page. Thank you, Kira.
Of course, yeah, I think that unfortunately the legislature, I think, thinks that they've already dealt with this issue by raising the authority from 150 to 250 to help those, gives us the opportunity to tax.
Further tax our
Yeah,
poor
we're-
base?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
For us to take the heat instead of them
Mhm.
taking the heat.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
also,
Exactly.
we're a poor district.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're just a poor district. What's the, rate of poverty in Squim School District? Do you
I don't
know?
I don't have
know
that.
that.
I'm not sure either.
We can get that for you.
I don't.
Okay.
I actually don't believe that it's that much different than Port Angeles, the free and reduced level. I really don't think it's that much. The wealth in Squim does not come from the families of Squim.
Comes from business.
Right.
The
Big-
wealth
yeah.
comes
The big
from
box
the property
stores.
owners and,
Right.
because the houses there, yeah.
Yeah.
And I noticed that in the very middle of Squim, they're going to build like, how many hundreds of units on that large piece of property right past the library? It's hundreds of units they're getting ready to build there,
Hmm.
right in the very center of town.
Mm-hmm. It'll help their tax base.
Yes, it will. Okay, so just to give an overview, and I talked about this a little bit earlier I tried to lay out sort of the strategy of what we're hoping to do with, balancing with that 3350 recommended FTE. So as I mentioned, that projected year-end expenses of the 57 million that you see at the top. So that's where we would end at the beginning, or end at the end of this year. And if you look at it like we would remove our ESSER $2 and $3 that we've spent this year. So we're estimated to spend the 2.4 million, which will completely exhaust our ESSER 2 funds, and have figured that we've spent about a projected of 3 million in ESSER 3. So that if you take those out of the equation, and you take them out of those expenses, that leaves us with a total of 52 million of expenses that we would figure that we would likely, if they just if everything carried over, we'd likely spend less our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. So we have every year we have our step and column, we have the raises and bargained contracts, those increases that we do. And so I figure it's about 1.4 million. It's usually over $1 million. We're going to have contract negotiations with the teachers this year. I mean, that's just it's an average of what we've seen over the last few years. So that's going to give us a projected expense total of 53 million, just under 54 million for 22-23 without ESSER. Okay, thanks. So then for our apportionment and our revenues less ESSER, we're figuring we'll receive about 52 million in apportionment with the enrollment that we receive, the different grants, the just all the different little pots of money that we receive all year. We'll look at about 52 million. So that leaves us short revenue over expenses of 1.6 million, just at 1.7. So that would be the amount that we would be looking to balance with, that 1.6 with ESSER funds. So we have for ESSER 3 but we would have budgeted, which is the other half of at 4.2. If we use those, bring that 1.6 down, take that out of the 4.2, then we would still have the 2.5 to use for learning loss, credit recovery, that kind of thing, just continuing to do what we need to for students in the building. So this really kind of paints that picture of what we need to use it to stabilize enrollment, and then what we would still have for additional staffing. We've been using the ESSER 3 now for lots of different positions, and those positions were made at the building level with district leadership and teachers and people just realizing what their students really need in the buildings, and that's part of that 3 million that we've spent. So we would still have another 2.5, which we have until 2024 to spend. So this is just kind of a big picture idea of what really could happen without really eliminating a lot of positions.
Yeah, so the recommendation you're hearing tonight, and it's just a recommendation of the board, is, we know we have, if you you look at this document, we have a $1.7 million problem, right?
Mhm.
We don't have ESSER funds. You know, we have work to do on the back end of this pandemic, on the back end of ESSER funds to reduce budget. So that's a real number and a real problem for us as we move forward. In my assessment, Kira's assessment, our cabinet's assessment, this is not the time to reduce staff. So I am recommending tonight that we don't reduce our force. We strategically look at positions on a case-by-case basis as we get retirements and resignations. And, you know, we do an assessment basically on every position that rolls through. But now is not the time to reduce. You have your ESSER funded positions and you have everything else. In my assessment, you know, with the work and the data you're going to see tonight around our learning loss and addressing our academic achievement and social emotional needs of our students, now is not the time to cut this side of the work, the operational side. So as Kira's referenced here, if we take that second half of ESSER 3 funds, which is the 4.2, use that to balance our budget, call it enrollment stabilization, to maintain this side of the house. That leaves us with a balance of 2.5 for all those other positions that you're seeing this year that come in the form of behavior supports, that come in the form of academic supports, that come in supports of all those funded positions that you have authorized us to work off of.
And those are one-year positions?
Those are all one-year
contracts?
positions. Yep. So, you know, the rubber will meet the road, and Kira is right. The ESSER 3 funds, we're projected to spend about $3 million. So of the 4.2 that you budgeted this year, there will be some dollars left over there, and Kira is exactly right. We have till the end of 2024 to spend those, okay? So there is a little bit of a buffer there. But what I want you to see from this slide is, one, I think it's the right thing to do to maintain the operational side right now. Now's not the time or place to reduce force, okay? But get very strategic on what positions we do replace based on attrition. We need to do that. But the other side of it is, you know, stay committed to, you know, the learning loss with regards to the additional funds to support, you know, our students' mental and physical health, to support our academic needs as well. So it's, in normal circumstances, being $1.6 million or $1.7 million over budget is a huge problem. But in this circumstance where we have the dollars, I think the right thing to do for the board is to commit that to an enrollment stabilization concept and understand that we have less ESSER 3 funds to spend next year. That's the overall philosophy that I want the board to chew on tonight and determine, is that a direction we want to head? Because if the board says no, and you're interested in reducing force, we have to get on that right away. We're in March, we have to provide notice, you know, within the next month, if we are going to take a strategy of riffing. Again, that's not my recommendation tonight. It will be my recommendation a year from now.
Yeah.
What is our attrition level? What are our attrition levels looking like at this point?
Scott, do you have certificated positions? How many?
Right now, we've got 9 folks that have told me they're either resigning or retiring.
That's certificated?
Certificated, yes.
Okay. It's a pretty big chunk.
Right now.
Yeah.
And what's the due date on that, Scott?
The 17th.
Okay, so coming up real soon.
Are they pretty long tenured positions?
You know, it's funny, I was just having this conversation with a union member today, and the average is really the average.
Okay.
So we look at those at the, you know, high end of the salary schedule, we got a couple, you know, rookies and others, but it really ends up being right in the middle.
Okay.
One other question I have is, you have the salary increases. Is that, I just read something and I didn't stick on it for very long, but that there's a COLA, the legislature's agreed to raise the COLA.
5.5.
And is that gonna fall on us, or is the legislature gonna come through with money for that?
Well, there's a little bit of a formula with that, and that also has to do with our regionalization. So what is allocated to us by the state is a flat amount, and then I don't have the number off the top of my head, and it's different for classified and certificated and administrative of what we're actually funded for. So that will be an increase of that flat amount that we receive for apportionment. So on top of that, we'll receive that IPD, and then the 3% on that. So we will see that increase, and then it's just up to us of how we are able to negotiate the contracts with the teachers and some of the other contracts that we've already have.
Done that?
We have some open contracts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, and last year, if you remember at this budget presentation, we referenced that, given the circumstances that, and I can't remember, I think it was 2.2% or something last year, that we recommended to the board we flow that through to all employee groups. This year, we're not doing that because of this. If you see our challenges, now we have bargained and negotiated agreements, and we'll honor those obviously. But our recommendation this year is to not flow through the IPD to all employee groups. So, and the big factor in that is we see this $1.7 million problem coming at the end of next school year. So.
And to answer your question a little bit differently, this 1.4, like I said, is an average of increases that we see every year. So those additional revenues are actually projected in this apportionment schedule. So it is included in this scenario, but not necessarily in the increased salary, projected salary increases.
And IPD is not considered, and this is work we're going to have to do with our employee groups, but it's not considered, just a flow-through concept. It's an inflator to the budget, not to the individual.
It's a funding model.
That's correct. And so, that's a cultural shift we're going to have to make here that, I think a lot of our groups, feel like, that should just be a pass-through. That's not how the state designs that. We have been very gracious, you have been very gracious to flow that money through in many cases, but it is an inflator, or an inflation piece around the funding model, not necessarily the employee. Now, we want to treat our employees fairly, most certainly, but the time that we've been able to just flow that straight through is coming to an end. Our finances are getting very tight. So, and when the state comes out, and this is the challenge with the prototypical model, when the state comes out and says, hey, we're going to have an inflator of, or an IPD of 5.5%, that sounds great, but it doesn't apply to every individual. Those individuals that are not in the prototypical model, we don't get any inflator for them, or inflation piece for them. All of our positions above the prototypical model come out of our budget, which is our local levy. So we have to be very intentional moving forward to make sure that we're making decisions that we can sustain moving forward. So I'm not trying to paint a doom and gloom tonight, because this is what you see tonight is very doable, and we can manage this. But we have to be intentional moving forward, very intentional, and do very focused. Be very focused on our budget to make sure that we don't get on the back end of this pandemic and we have something catastrophic we need to do, like RIF $3 million, right? That would be catastrophic. Right now, 1.7, that's doable. Not easy, but it's doable. If we get up into the $3-4 million range, that becomes 4 or 5% of our organization. That hurts significantly. So now is the time to be planning.
So when these people sign that one-year contract that are paid out of the ESSER funds or whatever, they are very well aware. I don't want to have any lawsuits coming. I didn't know that I was not going to have a job next year.
We're talking about that very piece to make sure that now if the board approves the concept tonight, just in concept around, hey, we want to use some of our ESSER 3 to stabilize the enrollment, right? Maintain staff. There's going to be less ESSER 3 funds than to spend. That means some of those ESSER 3 funded positions will be eliminated, and some may continue. But we're working on with Scott and HR on delivery model, for lack of a better term, that will make sure that it clearly articulates this is a one-year position that's being extended another year. Okay? So we will have a paper trail to fall back on, not too long.
Okay, so now that you kind of understand that big picture of what we're recommending for enrollment, what our strategy would be for balancing that budget, now it's time for you to share with me or with us of what types of things you'd like to see built into the actual budget as we move forward to try to get those, budget priorities penciled in, and then when I come back in June, I can show you what the big picture looks like with hard revenues, expenditures, and what the actual budget would look like. So right now we've had a couple different initiatives each year as we've gone, and we've talked about those, but we've committed to the Chromebooks, the one-to-one Chromebooks. So we'll have that. We'll continue with that 20% replacement next year. We just actually, and tonight, I don't know if you, on the consent agenda, you probably saw that we're approving the RFP that we're asking for approval on the RFP that Jared and I just did this last week. Received great pricing and was really excited. It was a great response. We had 14 responses to our RFP, which I've never had that many. It's awesome. Had a lot of choices and really got a lot of bang for our buck. So hopefully that will be approved tonight, and then we can move forward with that. And that will be replacing some of those Chromebooks that we've had that are actually just completely shutting down in June. So we'll have new ones out in the buildings, and then next year we'll have that 20% replacement and continue on with that initiative. And then again, just addressing the student learning loss with the ESSER funds. So was there anything else that you wanted to just discuss or have me look into, or?
I'm worried about special ed. I was talking to a special ed teacher this afternoon. I ran into her at the grocery store, and she didn't say anything to me about teaching, but it made me think about tonight and special ed. I'm glad Pam's here. And the other thing I'm worried about is our fund balance. So two things. Special ed, I know we're not getting any more money. I haven't seen that we're getting any more money. Is any of that prototypical money they're talking about from the legislature going to special ed?
I'm not aware of is there any factors that are increased in the prototypical model that you're aware of?
Yeah, the school psychs, yeah, we will receive.
No,
No, I'm talking about
Thank you.
straight to the classroom.
They didn't have, I don't believe that there was any items specifically for SPED this operating budget. I mean, just maintaining what they've done. So there weren't additional packages through the legislature this year.
And I'm going to speak, can I speak to Pam? Straight to Pam. I know that we have needs in special ed. Am I making that up? I mean, how are we, the learning loss that's taken place with our children, it's going to take more than 1 or 2, 3, and maybe 4 or longer, particularly for special ed children, to catch up with that, is my opinion.
Actually, our learning loss forms that were required for each IEP have only netted back, I would say, less than 10 of my entire 600, because every IEP team is required this year to go through the learning loss form process to look at pre-COVID IEP goals and post-COVID and look at potential deficits or loss.
Okay.
And we haven't seen that. What we have seen is previously unidentified students, in particular, speech,
Yeah,
going through the roof.
yeah.
That's what we've seen. But we did such a phenomenal job being at the forefront and bringing kids back early that first September,
Yes.
that gave us incredible gains on the
Good.
other side of this.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. But I still think that we're going to see learning loss after after ESSER goes away. I still think we're gonna see it. I know we will. I know, I was a teacher that long, that it's gonna take longer to get everybody back to what we hoped they would be. And after looking at the test scores that we're gonna be talking about tonight with Michelle, that's a concern. But my other concern is the fund balance. Those are my concerns. Do you have any concerns?
Mine only is, are all of our elementary schools, do they have a math specialist right now? Do any of them have a math specialist? A teacher who comes in and their whole job is to take your K-12s or your K-6s and do just math?
So Jefferson does have a math person they just recently hired, I think the end of January. Right, Dry Creek has one, and Roosevelt has a teacher that they have that was 4, 5, 6 grade level, and what else? Hamilton has an extra teacher towards that 5th grade to pull out students. As you'll see once we start looking at the data, our math data is stronger than our ELA, even though it's down. Because we have that core curriculum, people kept after that, and as we look at the math test scores, yeah, math, we're right where we should be for math. The ELA is a little bit different story. But the biggest effect on this data right now is absences. So as of today, right, we are still in a pandemic. And sometimes we want to think, oh, we're back to school and pandemic's over here. But
don't
just
think
at
that.
Roosevelt, they had 1,400 days of absences from September to February, just with COVID illness or quarantine. They had 4,600 absences related to illness. So, just like that runny nose, but right, we were having them stay home. Their kindergarten this year, 900 absences for 60 kids. So, even though we're back, and of course we had this, learning plan, right now the last month, we're still in that pandemic, and the absences are what is killing the instruction, because we're getting kids hit and miss, they're gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah. So that's the thing is, it feels to me like the kids who are behind are more profoundly behind than just, they're scoring a high 1. Now it's like they're scoring I don't know, nothing. It's like nothing happened for some of these kids that we're seeing. Their loss seems so profound. I don't know how we get that recovered in 2 years. And so that's my concern, is that we gotta really if we're gonna put extra teachers out there, I would love to just deploy, your only job is to teach the K through 6ers math or language arts, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, instead of having another classroom, another whole classroom, I feel like we're gonna have to start to just specialize more. So, and I'm not the expert here, but it just seems some of these losses are so profound. I don't know.
That's what we did this year with the ESSER $3 and the 4.3. Like, we turned the power over to leadership teams in each of our schools, and they assessed what the need was in their schools. And so you see schools like Jefferson, Dry Creek, and Roosevelt step forward and hire specific staff to address the learning loss around math. What's going to happen this spring, if the board thinks that this strategy is a good way to go, then building leadership teams and building leaders will look at those strategic positions, what's really working, what's not working, and move forward with those plans. And I'm really encouraging Michelle and the building principals to learn from what positions carrying the greatest value to your school system. And so they're all aware of and each building is taking a little different approach, but now after a year we'll be able to assess what's really working and what's needed moving forward. I'm not saying there'll be a systemic choice that every building will have a math specialist, but it could go that way based on the professionals in the field knowing their schools, knowing what's needed.
Yes, it's gotta come down to them. I
think that's really important in our delivery model is, we know some, they know more.
Absolutely.
So the teachers, the principals, the individuals working the day-to-day, you know, it's more than just a data presentation. They're dealing with the challenges every day, and so giving them resources to address those challenges every day, I think will continue to be the right move. But I do want them to learn from one another on this position really carried its weight, and this position maybe didn't, and we can be more intentional moving into the second year. I do know, because I've had conversations with Rhonda, the math specialist at Jefferson is, you know, going great and making huge differences and gains. But again, Michelle references it correctly. You know, we're still dealing with more absences than ever before.
Yeah.
And that's a challenge. We all know as educators, and you are all educators, that you know, when you have a child that misses 5 to 7 days in the middle of a unit, it's hard.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Then I just had one other priority, and I know I'm going to harp on this. I've been harping on it, but I just feel like if we're going to replace one person at the high school, I would love for us to get one librarian, an actual librarian. I feel like this country is just lost its ability to judge source material, and that it's just I feel like that's not a COVID thing, that's not a pandemic thing. That is just like this country sucks right now at how to write papers, how to look up information, how to vet information, and the internet is not making it better, it's making it worse. I would love somebody who's actually trained in teaching children how to source materials, and so I'm going to bang on that. I know we're in a pandemic, I know we don't have enough money, blah, 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 but I'm telling you, I think as terms of us being good citizens, getting an actual trained librarian. Not, I mean, paras are great, and they can check stuff out and all that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a library science major. That's one of my priorities. I'm just throwing it out there. Carrie?
On the list.
And I don't know where the fund balance discussion happens, but, and I know that we did policy on that with a recommendation. I don't know if we should wait until policy or if that should be now under the budget discussion. But we do need to have that tonight, in my opinion, so I just don't know
I do, it worries
where you
me
would ask us to do that.
I worry about it every day.
And we're going to talk about it tonight in the is that what you're referring to?
It is in the policy,
that we're going to
and we
increase?
have a recommendation for that
Yeah.
increase. But I just didn't know if you wanted to discuss it now or hold it for the policy piece.
I think we'll address that during the policy, if
Okay,
you don't mind.
that sounds good.
Awesome, thank you. Jacob?
Yeah, it looks like it's being addressed, but my priority is going to be SEL, that we use, that the budget prioritizes it, and that the ESSER funds lean that way as much as they can. I know you guys are working hard at it, I see it. You know, counselors and other social emotional supports for the kids, at least for the next year, maybe 2, if that be a major priority.
Thank you, Director Wright. I apologize. Jacob. Director Wright, thank you.
I'll figure it this one time.
Okay, appreciate it.
And we have always, I'm real proud of this system, we've
Mhm.
always over-subscribed to that financially to take care of those needs of our children,
Mhm.
even before the pandemic with the elementary counselors and so forth, that we were willing to use our levy money for. But I think with the support coming from the prototypical model, that isn't really going to add anything to us.
Yeah, we need to be careful there, because we're looking at a $1.7 million deficit, and we
Mhm.
do have, I mean, I think we're 9 or 10 counselors over our prototypical model. So if we get additional, and we will get some additional counseling funds, you know, that's going to offset our local cost out of our levy to give us the ability to do other things, like, you know, maybe it's social emotional learning, maybe it's a librarian, maybe, you know, so as more state resources come in, doesn't mean, you know, because we're well over the prototypical model as it relates to counselors, we may not invest in more counselors, we might invest in something else. I'm not making decisions today, I'm just saying
Mhm.
that may be where this carries out, because this year in the prototypical model, there's 4 areas. We're going to get some additional nurse time, I don't know exactly how much that is yet, some additional counseling time, and these are all phased in over a 4-year period of time. So it won't all come at once. You got some additional counseling time, you got additional school psych time, you got some additional nursing time, and you got some additional, what is it?
Social worker.
Social worker time. So, you know, in most of those cells, we're well over the prototypical model. So that lessens the amount that we have to use of our local levy, which gives us flexibility to do some other things, potentially. So, yeah, an increase in counseling time doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna add another counselor at the high school. Let's put it that way.
Right, but aren't some of those, 4 areas, aren't we using ESSER funds for some of those?
Well, for enrollment stabilization right now, yes.
Okay.
Yep. We used ESSER 2 funds this year to pay for a large portion of our counseling time and our nurses. Okay. So, and that's how we could maintain that level of staffing with less students. So, again, the recommendation tonight is do that again on the back of the ESSER 3 so that we're not reducing all of those critical services to kids now, but we're gonna have very difficult conversations next spring. This time next year, we're gonna have some difficult conversations around what does the following year look like. And that's provided that our enrollment doesn't bounce back. If our enrollment bounces back to 3,500 students, I wouldn't bank on it. But if it does, then we're in a very different conversation.
Okay, so.
We need to,
Yes.
Mhm.
So next steps would be if you have, if you agree with this plan and you would like to see us move forward with the strategy we've presented, then in June, on June 9th, we'll come forward with another work session and share the different, revenues, different allocations, our different expenses, and including the budget priorities that we've talked about, salary and benefits and projected increases that as we've moved through, our budget process, and then move into the next phase of the budget process. So if that is the direction you want me to go, then.
So the 2 key questions I need an answer to tonight.
Mhm.
One, and you're not making final decisions tonight. You don't approve this budget until the end of August. But it's really important that you give Kira and I some guidance so that we can start building, because this budget takes months to build. One, enrollment. 3,350 is our recommendation tonight. Is there anybody that's opposed to 3,350 students to build the budget on?
I would agree with that.
yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. 2, using some of the ESSER 3 funds, the $1.6, $1.7 million to stabilize all the operations, which includes the folks you're talking about, Jacob, that's counselors, but using $1.7 million of that 4.3 or 4.2 that we're going to budget to stabilize our enrollment, to maintain this side of the house, understanding that we'll have less in ESSER 3, approximately 2.4, to allocate for other services. Is that generally acceptable by the board this evening as well?
Yes.
It is. Yep.
Okay. With understanding, I want to put a big asterisk next to that. That means that we're looking at a 1.7, if nothing changes, we're looking at a $1.7 million deficit at the end of next year. But we will build a balanced budget next year. And so your concerns of fund balance will be addressed through that process. So we're projected to have $4.6 million at the end of this year. If we build a balanced budget at the end of next school year, given if all of our factors and variables work out, we'll look at 4.6 at the end of next year. Well above what we have talked about for later around policy development.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you,
so
everyone.
much.
Appreciate it.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you very much.
As always, thank you.
And thank you to all of you for being here to
Yeah,
get
yeah, sure.
peppered with questions from us.
Thank you, thank you.
And I would especially highlight that I'm really pleased that you include the actual work of teachers and staff as you give us the data. Because so often it's like the budget is separate from real life in classrooms, so thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's who we're paying, right?
Thank you, that was a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
time for a quick bathroom break, Mr.
Yes,
President?
if you want. Oh, thanks. Wait.
No, not at all.
Okay, let's see where, if that's where I can read it.
It's very quiet. Hello?
Yeah.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
I was remembering the last time I was in this room was 2 years ago, the last live school board meeting before the shutdown. It was the last day. It was
Yeah.
Thursday night.
Yeah, it was.
And there was school Friday, there was maybe gonna be school Monday, and then there wasn't.
Yeah.
And that was that. And we all came in kinda like, should we be
Yeah.
like this? Like,
Oh, what's going on here?
yeah.
Certificate signed.
How's Miss Anna?
Wait, where are they? I
They're
don't know
down there by
where.
Mary.
Mary,
She's
certificate.
home for
Mary
spring break.
certificates,
So I'm
certificates.
getting lots of.
The same.
Certificates.
I thought that they were passed down.
I've seen no certificates. Look at
They're
They're in
that.
a green
Yes,
folder.
the
Right
green-
there.
Oh, the other one, sorry.
Good gravy.
Yes.
Uh-oh,
Uh-oh, is it right?
then we're in trouble.
Okay. We're not in
It's hard to
trouble.
pass things down when we're talking about these other important
know.
topics, so
I need
just
to have my,
take a moment here.
at least I don't have a really long name.
Well, we also are missing
Katie.
Katie. Should we wait till Katie signs these?
No, because we have to give it to them tonight.
Okay. Sunny, welcome.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, so this is just
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Jacob to sign.
Sunny, Dr. Long would like you to read that if you don't mind. It's for the, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Just bring us in, so we're not too late.
Welcome to the regular meeting of the Port Angeles School Board of Directors, for March 10th, 2022. We're welcome everybody here today. Roll call, let's see what we're doing. Oh, wait, excuse me. Carmen, I'm the world's worst. Carmen's going to, talk to us about how to behave ourselves.
Thank you, Director Long. Hello and good evening. My name is Carmen Geyer, and I would like to welcome you to the March 10th, 2022 Board of Directors Board meeting. This meeting is being presented in person and live streamed via YouTube. Please note that this meeting is open to the public and is recorded. You can listen to all past board meetings by visiting board docs for the district website. There will also be a portion of the meeting reserved for community comments. Agenda items will be addressed as listed in the agenda. For in-person community comments, please use the sign-up sheet located in the hallway to share your comments. When it's your turn to speak, your name will be called. Before making your comments, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you are viewing the meeting via YouTube and have submitted comments before the meeting, they will be read during the community comment time. In the future, if you have comments that you would like to share with the Board of Directors, please email Jenny Wilson, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent, by emailing jwilson@portangeloschools.org by 5 p.m. the night of the board meeting. If you have any concerns about individual district employees or specific complaints that require an administrative response, please contact the Office of the Superintendent directly. According to Washington Department of Health Order 20-03, face masks are currently required for everyone over 5 years of age while indoors. Thank you, and back to you, Madam President.
Thank you, Carmen, very much. Roll call, we have, 2 absences tonight. One of our student, representatives is absent, and, Katie Marks is absent tonight. So, we begin each of our meetings with a flag salute, if you would join us, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We lucky. Then we can stand up and salute the flag and the bombs are
Absolutely.
falling on us. Okay, Sonny, if you would read the acknowledgement of tribal lands, please, ma'am.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous lands of Coast Salish peoples who have reserved territory to this land, specifically the Clallam tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial.
Thank you very much. How does the agenda look, board members?
Looks good.
Good to
We
me.
all good? Okay, I'd like a motion for the consent agenda, please.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. And that brings us to board correspondence. Jenny? No correspondence today? And so that brings us down to some really important people. 7.01, it's AmeriCorps week. Yay! We love our AmeriCorps. So I want to welcome you. And Marty, would you like to have a word?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Michelle Gentry, please step forward and share a few thoughts around the amazing work that our AmeriCorps teams are carrying out this year.
Great, thank you very much. As you can see, we're a small team this year. We are missing Jasmine. She's en route. But small does not mean anything because they're still mighty. We are enjoying a good year. We have 4 members serving in 4 schools. So we have members at Stevens, the high school, Jefferson, and Franklin. And no, I'm not giving special preference to the Lunds just because they're principals at 2 of the schools. But that is where the greatest needs were, and so that's where our AmeriCorps are serving this year. So I gave you the little infographic that I've been using. I decided I'm just going to keep using the same one until I leave. And then that way it stays consistent. So you can see that our partners have been dialed down a little bit this year because of a small team. We can't quite get the reach that we have had in the past, but our partnerships are still strong, both our funding partnerships and our fee-for-service partnerships. So we're out doing a lot of different things in the community beyond what we do in the schools. Our primary focus, of course, is mentoring and tutoring, and there is a lot of need for that. You have all been out to the schools. You know what kids are struggling with this year as they strive to catch up and just readjust and all of those things. And so there's a lot more talking, I think, going on. We're not just doing math. That's not really where it's at. And then you'll see, so since the last time we addressed the board, AmeriCorps members have served 10,608 hours. So that includes a little bit of time from last year as we pick up the summer activities and then what these members have given here during this school year. And we'll continue on through July. We have AmeriCorps, this team will be with us, some of them through July. We're very excited about that. We got a couple of things that we're proud of that I would like you to know about. The summer enrichment workshops that we did last summer, primarily for middle school kids, were a big hit. We did sewing, we did cooking, we did a triathlon training, we did some track and field things. We just wanted kids to come out and remember that learning is fun after the year that they had last year. And the classes, particularly our sewing and cooking classes, were full. Like I was having to say, we can't take any more kids. So it just goes to show that enrichment piece really is needed, and it's a great niche for our AmeriCorps team to be able to fill during some of the summer months when school isn't in session. So we were really happy about that. We're kind of back to our regular mentor-tutor service model, rather than we're going to be at a child care, and then we're going to be at a school, and then we're going to, last year we were a little bit all over. But we're back in schools and doing our mentoring and tutoring the way that we
program 2 days ago, and we'll be able to maintain that. It wasn't just related to ARPA funding. We're gonna be able to maintain that into the next year too. So that's very exciting. And then, just something really quick that came out of having a small team is the clothing closet that we've got going at the high school. And I know that you know about the clothing closet here, and it's wonderful and useful. Having a clothing closet at the high school has been really amazing. And really, it's for me personally, because it's in my office, it is great to see kids coming in every single day. I'm giving away pants and coats and socks, and we have so much there. Our community is so generous to just, they keep my room full of stuff for students. So right now it's all about prom dresses and prom shoes. So, you know, if you have any of that laying around, shoes seem to be a problem. So that is the program in broad strokes. And I just want to introduce you to the team. And I understand that we've got some certificates for them. So we'll be able to do that. So I'll call you up, and then we'll do the certificate.
Yes.
So, yep. Okay, so I'd like Jasmine to come up first. Jasmine is serving her 3rd year here, and she's been at the high school for the duration of her service. Jasmine, I on more than one occasion had to tell Jasmine, you need to go home before 7 o'clock. And she always says, but kids need this. I'm like, I understand. And yes, we send her home. So there's your certificate, and then I think you get and yes,
Stand up here because we don't.
yes. Okay, and then let's have Ames come up next. So this is Ames DeCoy. She is serving at Jefferson, and she is a little bit of a different case because we were given a little room to bring people on for only a quarter time. So she'll be at Jefferson. She works 10 to 2 every day. I am told that she is like clockwork. She is there. She's where she's supposed to be. She's doing what she's supposed to be doing, and everybody just loves having her there. I think she's remembering what it was like to be a kindergartner and spend so much time maybe out on the playground and enjoying that. So thank you for joining up with us for the short term that you're with us. So, I would just like to say, do you see how nicely the hat goes with our white shirt?
Yeah.
And then we'll have Luca come up. Luca comes just from Minnesota. And, yep, he has a way with students. He's at Franklin Elementary. A lot of his time is out on the playground. And I don't know if you've been on a playground recently, but it's a little brutal out there. So we really feel like it's important. But the thing about Luca that I notice every time is that when he is with a student, he is with the student. He's talking to them, he's engaging them, he's asking them questions, and then as a result, they're like, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Luca, please continue working with children. Yes, that's the mom. That's just the mom and me saying that, but it's great.
Congratulations.
All right, Drew. Drew deserves a bow as well. He's at the middle school. And middle school is its own brand of everything, right? It's a special place to be. And the great thing about Drew is that he just seems to roll with it. You know, Kristen has nothing but good things to say about him, and he's there with the kids after school. He's there with them throughout the day. He's also started a chess club with the kids, doing some enrichment things. And you know, I'm excited. I'll have Luca and Drew for the summer. So I'm excited to see what we'll be doing for enrichment this year. So thank you, Drew. often say things like, "Oh, October Carrie was so smart." I'll need something
Like in March.
Right, in March, and I'll be like, "Where is that?" And she's like, "Oh, wait, October Carrie had that," and then she's got it. And I'm so grateful for October Carrie and November Carrie and December Carrie, and just that she's here with us and helping everything keep on rolling. So thank you so much. We're grateful to the board for the continued support. We're right in the midst of the continuation grant, so we have funding for next year, and that will just keep us going through. And recruitment is looking up. More people are feeling like they want to travel and get out into the world, so we're looking forward to a fuller team next year. But again, small but shiny. These people are getting it done.
I want to thank you all, because this year has been so difficult for everyone, children, families, staff, everyone, and you all have persevered, and we appreciate that very much. And there's nothing like AmeriCorps. It's such a unique opportunity for you and for the students. And we just love you, and we want you never to leave, never leave. All right, so would you like to?
Yeah, if you guys, can you come out over here a little bit? Well, don't want underneath the
One
seat. I
last
know.
thing, remember we got this new logo last year that looks like an airline or an insurance
Yeah.
logo or something? Didn't Carrie do a great job of actually making it look sharp?
Yes.
Like these green, I love these.
It was all
Yeah.
Michelle's brain.
We worked well, my brain and the translation.
I just wanna know where the Girl Scout cookies?
Oh man, sorry, yeah, this might be her last year.
I was a little bit disappointed when I read that today.
Well, she's got one more year that she'll be in Girl Scouts.
And they're all sold out, you're all sold out?
Am I good?
You're
I
all
can hook you up if you really want some. I can make that happen.
Unfortunately, I'm leaving town for a while.
Here we go, ready? 1, 2, 3. Just a couple more. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Perfect, thank you.
Yay. Keep up that good work.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I know you will.
Thank you, Michelle.
So I do have a question about AmeriCorps because
Oh, Michelle.
I do have a question about AmeriCorps. Maybe there is a short answer because it started in the Port Angeles schools in 1997. And when I see year 7, that was really concerning to me. So I don't know when it stopped or the reason for the gap. I don't know if this is a long answer. And so I see that there are 6 partners, so I'm wondering about the funding right
It's a
now.
little painful.
Yeah, so I can give a quick, if that's
Can
okay.
you come up?
So, yes, the original program started, 97 sounds about right. And that was under a variety of community umbrellas.
Mhm.
So, my first interaction with AmeriCorps was when I was the director at the Y. And I had AmeriCorps members coming to serve with programs that I was working with, teenagers for the most part. And then AmeriCorps came under the YMCA umbrella. And then through a series of events, they didn't secure a grant. And so there was 2, maybe 3, do you remember, Jenny? There were a couple of years where there were no AmeriCorps here under a regular program. Tina Smith O'Hara then wrote for the grant, and she wrote twice for it.
As part of the Port Angeles School District.
Right, so then that 7-year mark is 7 years under the Port Angeles School District umbrella. And what it has done, from my perspective, having worked from the community side of things and now working the school district side of things, I think we're able to serve the kids a lot better because we're just more intimately involved with the schools. As a school district employee and the AmeriCorps director, I can go directly to Kristen so easily and talk about what can we do for the middle school kids. I can talk to Marty. I just have a much better feel and connection to the school district as we work to serve the kids.
you so much. Thank all of you and have a good evening. You do not have to,
And now you do.
stay. But we appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Get some rest, you're gonna need it tomorrow.
Sarah, text me, I'll get you cookies.
Okay.
Okie dokie, now that brings us down to, 7.02 Classified Employees Week, and we have a, recognition proposition, what is it called?
Proclamation.
Not a proposition.
Not a
Would you
Well,
like, would
you
you
know
like
what
me
I
to read
mean.
it, Madam President?
Yes, please,
Okay.
thank you so very much.
Whereas education support professionals are involved in nearly every aspect of education, maintaining buildings and grounds, preparing and serving meals, keeping school facilities clean and orderly, assisting in the classroom, providing over 60% of all instructional hours to special education, English language learners, and opportunity gap students, performing and conducting research activities, providing information technology and media services, administrative support functions, and safe transportation, creating a secure and healthy environment, and many other specialized services. And whereas more than 62,000 education support professionals work with and help students in Washington's universities, colleges, and public schools, are the backbone of our public education system and deserve recognition and thanks for the outstanding work they do for this state and their communities. And whereas education support professionals are instrumental in fulfilling the state's responsibility to educate all students, and by supporting the learning environment, they serve as crucial partners with teachers, parents, administrators, and school boards. Now therefore, I, Jay Inslee, Governor of the State of Washington, do hereby proclaim March 14th through March 18th, 2022 as Education Support Professionals Week in Washington, and I encourage all people in our state to join me in this special observance. Signed this 18th day of February, 2022.
Excellent, thank you so much. You know, there's no way to say how we could work without our classified folks. I just can't even imagine. We're very happy. We don't have any here tonight, too.
Yeah.
We do have some.
No, we do not.
But I just want to go on record by saying that this is.
I mean.
Oh my God. Who?
I apologize.
Jenny who?
All right, Jenny.
Classified, the thing about classified is that it's a large group for us.
I thought
It's
Jenny was part of the
bus
school board.
drivers, and secretaries, and para-eds, and other support staff, so, you know, they're, as you stated, Sandy, they're critical to the function of a school system.
Gosh.
We have a card that I hope each of you will sign this evening, and a pen that we'll offer to all of our classified employees next week in honor of the tremendous work they do for our school system.
In that top one, Sandy, that top green one.
Okay, I'll
So,
find it.
yeah.
Yes, and thank you, Jake. And, Jenny?
And Carmen, too.
And Carmen.
And Carmen, too. I still think you're part of the board. Okay, we couldn't work without you up here at this table, so thank you so very much. All right, so that brings us down to teaching and learning reports. Tonight is Michelle Olson's big night. And we're going to have two big reports tonight from you. And I'm glad you're here. And we're ready.
All right. So, social emotional learning, as Jacob said earlier, that will continue to be a focus for each and every school in our district. We don't see those needs going away anytime soon. And so tonight I'm going to give you just the overall, kind of going back to the why behind the social emotional.
Looking at the why and how the legislation came about. So I know you've had a chance to look at it, so I'm going to just kind of go through it quickly. So number one, as you've heard us say this before, social emotional learning is not like one more thing that we're adding to our plate of what we do with our students, but that's the plate. And so if we don't have that strength there with our students with social emotional, they're not going to be able to get after the academics. So it's key, and we keep reviewing that. On the next slide, We, again, are always connecting to best practice, and Harvard University has put out a couple of different things. One is the core skills that our students need to have in order to be successful. And you can see there's planning, focus, self-control, awareness, and flexibility. So sometimes when we think of social emotional, we're thinking of just like, all right, your emotions, like you're sad or you're depressed. But really, social emotional is so much more. It's about planning, it's about making goals, it's about empathy. So the social is definitely there. And again, when we look at the picture here from Harvard, we can see that when students have extreme stress or trauma, how it affects them. We know so much more now, but when they get into that high stress, it's really almost a constant fight or flight. Like their system is always up here, active, ready to go. And that's a very hard state to be in when you're trying to be a learner and focus. So again, when we're looking at what we would call a core curriculum, pre-K to 12, we're looking, when we talk about core, when we talk about tiers, like a tier 1 is your core for everybody, that has to be strong. You have your core and your curriculum. Your tier 2 then starts to become like your small groups with counselors or specific groups, and tier 3 becomes those individual pieces. So what we're looking for, and this is out of the Washington State SEL Implementation Guide, is we want specific instruction on social and emotional learning that takes place in all classrooms. So you can see from that statement, it's about equity as well. We don't want to leave it to chance. If you have this teacher but not this teacher, you're at this school or at this other school. We also know it's going to build resilience, self-efficacy. It's going to increase our academic learning by reducing the barriers. It creates a positive school culture, improved attendance, and again, they're calling out as well, equity for all students, improved attitudes, and improved cultural responsiveness. So students, when they are in a classroom, are learning about other students, they're learning about themselves, and that's part of being culturally responsive, is knowing who your students are. So these are pieces identified by the state of Washington that are the outcomes based on having a core curriculum. So again, just a little snapshot here. These are the standard, or one standard for the state of Washington. And you can see it has to do with social awareness. They're showing you the benchmark, and then what it looks like at early elementary, late, middle, and high school. So again, we're looking at people being able to understand how others are different, how we can accept beliefs. You can see as you get to middle school, they're practicing and starting to adopt strategies for these pieces, and in high school, starting to be able to look from different perspectives, right? And talking about bias and how that might, skew their perspective. So again, it's social, lots of social, and then also the emotional piece. So how we got here, so Senate Bill 5082 was passed in 2019. That directed the state to put into place like a work group committee. And so they went through and defined social emotional learning. You can see that there. It's that still awareness, skills, etc. And again, that they call out specifically equity, number 1. Everyone's getting what they need. We have the cultural responsiveness, the framework, and trauma-informed practices. We go to the next one. And so at a district level, I'm going to go back in time a little bit. This is from our current strategic plan. And this was called out then, and you can see we already began that focus, as you know, on equity, on access, talking about the social emotional. And then these are the action plan pieces. So We have gotten through most of those, but we need to go deeper. And so the work of the board and the strategic planning process will help us develop a new roadmap. Where do we want to continue to go? What are the areas we still want to focus on? And one way we're doing this is we're looking at data. And we bring the meaning to the data. And so this year is our first year partnering with Center for Education Effectiveness, and they have created a student wellness screener. So it's our first time using it. We were kind of a guinea pig, so to speak. But you can see the staff were amazing. We had 2,200 students complete the survey. You can see the percent of participation by school and by grade level. So big shout out to teachers.
So I was trying to read this. I was like, well, I didn't understand what the numbers were measuring. I didn't see that it was a survey answer in there. Okay.
So this right here is just showing who participated in the survey.
Okay.
So you can see at Hamilton, 87% of their students.
Okay. I did not track on that.
Okay.
Okay, that helps me a lot. Thank you.
Next slide. So we can look at it from the district view, and again, the strands that we're looking at are academic behavior, social behavior, emotional. The composite is a combination of the four, and then we have belonging and identity. And when we're looking at the district-wide and you see 21%, we need to know how we got that number and what does it mean. So with the company and their research, they have the cut score at 5%. That's what they're seeing across typical populations. So when we look district-wide and we see 21% of our students are identifying the academic behaviors are a concern or problem, you can see that that's 4 times what would be expected. And they're seeing that across elementaries who are all doing this. It's super high. But if you look at social behavior, right, at 4%, we're kind of right in there. Emotional at 8. Again, composites taking all the scores, but belonging and identity, we're at 3. So what you see here on the chart then is by school, what we have and what those numbers are. And if we go to the next slide.
Wait.
Oh.
So they're self-responding.
Correct.
The student themselves.
Yes.
Are they doing this orally? Are they writing something? Are they?
So everyone did it online except our kindergarten and first grade students. Some of them were giving the answers to older students who were in there, or they were giving their answers to the teacher.
Okay, and so they're designating that they have a concern in that area.
Yes, and we'll get at the questions here. I'll show you an example. So again, we can look at it in a district view by ethnicity, by gender, and by grade level. So this helps us understand where we need to put our resources, as Jacob was talking about. Are there specific groups that we're seeing that are more or less than other groups, and start having those conversations about what they need. The next slide, I just took Port Angeles High School as an example. So you can see their overall scores, and then by gender, by grade level, and you can take a peek, right? And we're talking academics, right? We're anywhere from 27 to 34% of students identifying that as an area of need. Another slide that we are looking at as well is student safety. So this was part of the survey. They could rate it 1 to 4 about where they feel most safe. And so again, buildings are looking at this and digging in deeper. What does this look like relative to our discipline data, or what we're seeing around the school? So again, it's a snapshot.
The bathrooms is where people feel the least safe. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. And our data would show, right, that our discipline referrals for issues in the bathroom, which is why.
The boys' room is a good song, right?
There you go.
Yeah. Although my child came home the other day and said, "I'm never using the bathroom again."
Uh-oh.
And so they're working on that problem, but it is definitely a problem in there. Next slide. So the individual student view. What this is we can go in student by student and see how they mark the answers. So here with our questions on the side, and you can see the academic, belonging, the emotional, and the social behavior. So we can see that. I'm going to have Jenny go to the other slide that I didn't put in, but I'm adding now. Did you get the one I emailed you?
No, this was on my phone, sorry.
Okay, no worries. So we'll go back to the individual student. So what we can also see across the district is by grade level, we can look at the academic behaviors all across the district and the elementaries or the different grade levels and see where the biggest need is, or where are the commonalities? Do we have students overall that are not feeling like they have friends? We'll be able to see that, and those are pieces then that each school can address. And it can be to a grade level or to the whole school. So again, this is just an example of the questions, and I can see this for every student. I looked up Jacob, so it was interesting to see and sort of surprising too. So it gives us good information. We go to the next slide. I just put up Stevens. Again, the same data is there. We bring meaning to the data, so it's critical for the teams at the schools to be looking at this, to compare it to their student assistance teams. Are there people that we've identified here that aren't on our radar? So anyway, it's just another tool to be more responsive to every student, looking at what they need. And then going back as well in time, we know there's a need. All of you have been here long enough to know we have this need. If we go back to our May 2021 survey, we can see from our students about the negative impacts on their mental health. And we go to the next slide. Again, looking by grade level, where they see their mental health. And again, knowing that the 10th grade here is our current 11th graders. And those 8th graders are current 9th graders. So these are lining up a lot to what our data is showing us by student grade. Again, we had our spring 2021 survey, and you can see the difference between the parent and the student. How they're feeling about school, as you can see here as well by grade level. So first and foremost, we want to make sure we have a safe environment for our students to learn in, and it's safe for them not only physically, but emotionally as well. So how are buildings using the data? They will share in their CSIP how they are using that data, what they're seeing. ESSER funds are being used to support the social emotional, and every school has a different flavor of that based on their needs. And again, interventions are gonna vary, as you'll see as well. All the schools have access to the data, and they have that ability to look at it by school, by grade, by class, by student. The survey will give again in the spring. And another data point that we'll also be able to just look at and triangulate will be the Healthy Youth Survey from 2021. We should be getting that data pretty soon as well. And again, how does this fit into our overall framework for social emotional in our multi-tiered systems of support? So like I said before, tier 1 is what everybody gets. And that's where that core curriculum is there. Tier 2, again, smaller group, but that's where we start to add in the Native American interventionists, the mobile known unit, drug and alcohol counselors, right? That's not gonna be for everybody, but there are gonna be groups of students. And then tier 3 is usually maybe 5% of the total, and those are going to be students who are going to need special education services as it relates to those areas. And we're looking at setting them up with providers for private service as well. So just a visual again, here we have the tier 1. These are things that we have in place right now that I've already kind of talked about, but you can see that tier 2, different schools are using different things at that level that matches their resources and their student needs. So we have a lot of resources to choose from and work with different students. Another key piece as we've been working on this, it seems like a really long time, we're really looking at an evidence-based program. That's what we want to have, not a feel-good piece. We want to have the efficacy to back up claims around the impacts, not only just on student behavior, but also academic performance. And again, when we are setting evidence-based programs, we're looking at the data that is out there and been studied by researchers who were not involved in the content or within the company of doing this. And so, again, when we identify those programs, what we're seeing as you review the research is the results are there, and it's from outside groups really taking a look at the research. Next. And so again, common instructional practices that we see in social emotional learning programs include all of those different pieces. And again, that's part of engaging a variety of students. Key components of any program is the initial training, the ongoing support, and the professional development. And this is a really good visual, and this comes from Castle that looks at the academic and learning and emotional. But we have that social emotional, right, that's right at the heart of it. But these, again, are those 5 pillars that Washington State has called out and that we see. Those are our opportunities to help students with those skills within the classroom, and we know it affects school-wide culture and practices as well. So I pulled this, we've had, lots of questions, how does Character Strong connect? Well, Character Strong is based on the social emotional learning strands. So again, you're seeing self-awareness, self-management. These are some of the key pieces that they will be addressing, depending again on your grade level. So we have self-awareness, we have self-management, if we go to the next one. Social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making. And again, for all of those areas within the curriculum that we're using right now, kindergarten has a version of that, and it spirals. And first grade, it continues all the way up through high school. So an update, if we look at our first year that we were working on using this given the pandemic. We had online PD. The elementary was great. High school wasn't good. We have 3 different versions. You can see for high school, the counselors created lessons for everybody, 9th through 12th, that was based on the 9th grade lessons. We had in-person and virtual curriculum, so the lessons were complete, ready to go, they were aligned. And again, getting feedback from our teachers, one of the pieces was, could they be more relevant than what they are? So Character Strong came in by the end of that first year and had updated their pieces to be appropriate. And again, we're learning as we're going, but also, if you think about, too, especially at the high school, if we're using the 9th grade, right, for everybody, 9 through 12, it has the potential to be not appropriate for 10, 11, and 12. And then as you go into the next slide, kind of did a restart. So the lessons had been updated. The PD this time was in person, 100% better. We have our data that we're working off of. Elementary and middle schools have their monthly focus. that ties into their classroom lessons. Middle school's doing it during advisory. At the high school this year, they're all doing the 10th grade. Again, we're learning from that. The behavior MTSS team at the high school is working on building their multi-tiered systems of support for both behavior and academic. And they do have a separate team that is guiding their work with the social emotional. This year, Tiffany, with her team, created a scope and sequence so that the teachers know each week what lesson to focus on. And it's all right there. So they're doing, of their 2 days of advisory, 1 day is spent on the social emotional pieces. So some modifications for this year. The admin at the high school have been attending the implementation classes. The admin and myself have been meeting with the head founders of Character Strong to help coach us through what to do, what to not to do. And most recently, we met with Dr. Clay Cook, who's from University of Minnesota and University of Washington, and he is all about the implementation science. So when we talked to him and we're telling him the different things, he's like, this is the hardest part, on top of you're in a pandemic, but it's that implementation piece and listening to teachers and where do we have to go back and make adjustments. So we just started meeting with him. And I feel like he'll be a good coach on the side. So also those weekly overviews just started coming out in February to make sure it's out there. And then of course, we'll be doing a survey that's specific to Character Strong that'll be coming out soon. Again, just implementation science, what we know about it. Staff buy-in is huge. The evidence-based practices are huge as well. So adjustments as we move forward, we are certainly going to be looking closely at the strategic plan and what parts of that will guide our work. We're going to continue to work with Dr. Cook and focus professional development. And the other piece we just didn't have the bandwidth for was to have that modeling across classrooms by staff who have the training. Because again, a lot of people are still saying, well, what if they share about, whatever, something? What am I supposed to do? Well, you don't need to solve, but you then are a warm connector to send them to the counselor, to the nurse. That's all we want you to do. You don't have to be the counselor in those pieces. So again, just, when we get back to the real nuts and bolts, we're really looking at behaviors. We know those are feelings, and our feelings are our way of conveying our needs. And so we're really trying to focus on that need, which is learning those social emotional skills. And again, that is the cause of some of the symptoms that we're seeing right now with our data. Okay, I went 3 minutes over.
That's pretty impressive, actually.
That is. I have some questions. Can we have time for questions?
You are in charge.
Well, do we have time for questions? Okay. First of all, I congratulate you on, and the staff, for being responsive to our concerns. And I can tell from your presentation that you have listened to what we've talked about and maybe what others have talked about within the system and so forth. So thank you for that. And I appreciate that because I'm used to talking, nobody listens. So that's great. Now, the second thing is, I'm going to assume that throughout the Character Strong curriculum itself that the language stays the same.
Correct. That's
So that
correct.
everybody's getting used to using the same terms in first grade, second grade, 12th grade. And that when you use the language, whatever it is, which I'm unfamiliar with, that everybody's using the same, and there's fidelity, I guess is the word I'm looking for, to the curriculum. Do you feel
Absolutely.
comfortable with that?
Yeah, and it's just like any other
is he coming from, is he one of the, Character Strong folks? Or is he an outside consultant?
Well, they have brought him in. He's been kind of guiding them through it. He's not one of the original founders.
Okay.
But through his work at University of Washington and then a lot of his work at University of Minnesota around that implementation science, they found as they were working with clients that that was the biggest challenge that people had, and they didn't understand the implementation science. So they started working with him early on as like a consultant, and now he has this whole implementation piece that he works with Character Strong on.
Okay, and the guys, I've seen and read and looked at their presentations and done a lot of reading about Character Strong. I believe there are two, Cassell and somebody. Is that right? That put it together?
Yeah, so John Northern, they're from, and the whole company is out of Puyallup. He was a teacher in the Sumner School District and saw that there wasn't those pieces available, especially at the high school.
Yeah,
So
and that was my main concern when this first got started, because I did not see the authors of this curriculum as being trained in anything about social emotion. They're not psychologists, they're not counselors, they're not psychiatrists, they're not social workers, from what I've read about them. And so my concern has been, and you mentioned it tonight, that you have this curriculum in every classroom, and it's going to bring up stuff with these children, particularly children who've been undergone a lot of trauma, who may be very young. My experience is mostly with young children, and not have the language to even know what's going on with them. And I am concerned, and I will continue to be concerned about bringing up stuff in a classroom with a teacher who has no training in dealing with something like that. So I really hope that you all will keep a very close tab, because it can bring stuff up, and it can be with any age. It could be 12th grade, it could be anybody. Another thing that concerns me about this at the national level, and not just here in Washington or in Port Angeles, is that teachers can become re-traumatized also. And I don't know if they talk about any of this in their, in their background of development of this curriculum, but I think that's something that we need to be really aware of. I'm going to refer to Mary right now. Do you see that could be a possibility that teachers could, in dealing with this kind of curriculum, could become re-traumatized from childhood trauma?
This is part of that secondary impact that occurs. So yes, I can see that.
So I just would ask that you all as a staff would keep an eye on that, or ask principals to see if there's any reaction that might come forth that would refocus a childhood trauma for an adult.
No, that's definitely on our list to make sure that we have in the professional development, and also make sure just we're really clear with teachers. If a child says X, note it, and then we refer to someone who is trained to work with them further. And
Good.
so that main piece, like you said, it's when they say whatever and you're there and like.
And then what do you do?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that, this whole thing about social emotional, a lot of that I think is just buzzwords and stuff throughout the nation, not just here. I'm not being critical of what we're doing here. I think it's very important that we look at children's social emotional development. But I do believe we have to be so careful. It's not like teaching 2 + 2. And it's not like teaching word recognition or writing skills or what. It's something very different from that, and I just want us to really be careful that we do not ever harm anybody. Teach our children.
Absolutely. And again, you know, we are working on teaching them the fundamental skills, again, with that common vocabulary at kindergarten, where we might, you know, look at, you know, what do you do if your friend won't share their toy, right? All the way up to 11th and 12th, where we talk about what if you don't get what you want, or, you know, how you have empathy or show empathy. There's a lot there, and we're going to do better. So
Well,
I appreciate the
this is not
feedback.
a criticism in any way. I wanted you to really understand that.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
I
being
do.
critical
Yes.
of any of this. I just want us to be so very careful when we start dealing with feelings and emotions and adults. Our adults, we need to be very careful with our staff. We have been under such stress. You talk about stress and continual stress over 2 and 3 years now. People are traumatized just from that, if
Yeah.
nothing else happened. So I worry about us. I worry about all of you, and I worry about us because we're under a lot too, and everybody is vulnerable now. Okay, thank you for letting me say that, and again, not a criticism at all.
Nope, good feedback.
Okay.
Dr. Cook, as I think about this, and our student rep here has been real down on the character stuff, not Sunny, but and I'm wondering if Dr. Cook gave any sort of indication that maybe as we implement it, as the years go on, like you have a 17-year-old, 18-year-old now, and all of a sudden you're hitting them with what probably for some of these kids who are thinking about college or, you know, the pep rally. We don't do pep rallies, I'm just kidding, but you know what I'm saying? Like to just hit them with this could seem really sort of kind of like SEL theater at some point. Does he give any indication that maybe as these kids, as they've lived it through 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, by the time they're in 12th grade, this is going to become sort of that's just what we do?
Yeah, he absolutely said that, and that was probably in his first minute or two of talking to us when we were sharing. He's like, you have to remember, especially at the high school, where they haven't had any of the lead up of the instruction, probably about making goals, how to be empathetic. It's going to be a shock. But yes, that's what he said. Over time, it just becomes this is what we do, and we continue to grow them or grow their skills from the previous year.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm going to kind of keep my feelings about it. I'm on a wait and see sort of thing, because I can understand why some of these high schoolers are like, come on. And that's what I mean. And a lot of the teachers are feeling like it's a waste of their time too. So it's going to be a matter, I think, of
How much in-service do they get? Teachers?
Well, we gave elementary and secondary, they both had separate in-services to start off with, and then at each building, those teams then are working together. So it looks maybe a little bit different at Hamilton versus Franklin. Certainly at the middle school, we've been out there. Kristen's done a really great job, and Melissa, at just having to be part of what they're doing. And when they're doing that, then teachers also become aware that as you're doing the lesson, children can pass, right? They don't have to participate, but they also build in opportunities where they can participate, but they're doing it on their own, and they don't have to share it with other people. And so being mindful of those practices and making sure those opportunities exist is another key piece. So we definitely will be doing more and more intentional based on the recommendations from.
So I want to reemphasize that it is, we are all aware of an implementation dip, and that's what we're dealing with. And especially with a curriculum like this, I think you hit the nail on the head, Sarah, around, high schoolers, they don't see the purpose of this and it's new to them. But one of the key challenges that we have to address is working with our system to be able to get to a and understanding with staff and get to fidelity. We're not even close to fidelity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because,
Okay,
you know,
I'm not surprised.
we have sections at, you know, a lot of our schools that may not be doing a large portion of this. And so we have to, you know, that's a challenge for us moving forward, is helping our staff with the PD that they need, but also understanding this to the why. And so, you know,
Get them bought in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, right now, quite honestly, the worst time that we could have ever implemented a new curriculum in the middle of a pandemic, but it was also the best time because, you know, we're in a pandemic and we needed a life vest, you know, and so it is a challenge, but the PD and the fidelity moving forward will be critical to the success or failure of this implementation. But if you look at that MTSS Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, we have an impressive delivery model. We have lots of layers of supports for our students that are in need. So we have a vision. Now we have to work on refining that and taking feedback and making the vision a reality, you know, across the entire system. That's our challenge moving forward.
Now, this Senate bill passed in 2019, is that
Yes.
correct? Before the pandemic?
Yeah.
Okay. It came out of the legislature, not out of OSPI.
Correct.
Okay. Was it funded?
CEE working closely with you? It sounded like that was a new endeavor for them as well.
Yeah, they've added this to, you know, their menu of the different surveys. And so again, this is a focus of ours, and we wanted to see what we could learn from the report.
Right.
And
kind of the data dashboard kind of piece.
right, and they're the company that, you know, as we work through our strategic plan, that they're going to help us put together that dashboard so we can see in real time how we are making progress.
And that takes a couple years before people start understanding what they're looking at, those graphs and things. So, I mean, you have to start somewhere, and it is a requirement for us to continue with social emotional learning. And I hear real life things about what's happening, and even your son. I mean, there's just a lot of indicators that we need to keep down this path, and there isn't a real entry point when you're going from here to lower elementary and there's no continuity. I don't know how else you could do it, but I think we'll all learn as you're working through it. So thank you for a very thorough report and information.
Absolutely. This has really been helpful for me,
Good.
and I hope for you all, because I know Director Wright this is a big concern of yours.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's just something we need to keep our eye on. I really, really am sorry that it's an unfunded mandate, because of all the things I said earlier.
Yeah.
Which would account for lots of counselors, lots of social workers, lots of nurses, lots of support staff in this area, and yet they did not fund it. So I just needed to say that to the public, so they will understand that we're taking this on. Each school district, I guess, is paying for curriculum and so forth and so on.
Well, we again, as we usually are, right, are kind of on the forward edge. And so based on what our data was as we were going through that first year of the pandemic, or that first spring, I mean, we saw that data, we heard it. So we were already on top of looking at a curriculum.
Good.
Now, just this last couple months, the state has now said, if you don't already have a social emotional curriculum, you can apply for a grant.
Oh.
And
Oh, how nice of them.
yeah. But again, with our district and our staff, they saw the need like right away, as did the board. And so time is of the essence, and it matters. So that's where we started.
Well, I congratulate you on getting it ahead of the pandemic and, being prepared. I feel sorry for any school district who had to implement this in the middle of the pandemic and not know what they were doing. So I feel real comfortable that you all have got done. Thank you. Any
Well, it's a
other
work in
comments?
progress.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm ever grateful that our priorities continue to align.
Mm-hmm.
The survey that you did was well received. Like you got a ton of activity. Do you intend to do that once a year?
Right now, and Marty could correct me if I'm wrong, but as we were meeting to set the whole piece up, I think ideally they would do it 3 times a year. So like at the beginning of school, the winter and spring. So you could again see, and the great part of this is you're looking at student by student to see where they're at. So we're gonna, again, this is our first time, so we'll have the winter and then we'll have spring.
And that decision was made this year because we have 2 aspect assessments and we have all of our benchmark assessments. And so we have to be very sensitive to just another survey, just another assessment. But I agree, like I was uncertain, you know, we wanted to do the CE survey for a different purpose, but this was offered to us on the social emotional side. And the value that we've gained, now we're still learning, but the value we've gained to be able to drill it all the way down to a student and self-assessing or self-reporting. And being able to go student by student, I want the board to hear that. I think that's a game changer.
Yeah.
I really do.
Their work is, I
because
really
now we can
respect their
take
work.
the data that we see daily in our schools, and now we can add that to self-reporting data and really make sure we're meeting the needs of those students that need us the most.
Yep.
And so I think we're still learning, and the CEE and the social emotional survey is new to us, but I can see a lot of value in that single survey moving forward. So I think it puts us in a very different spot, and that's really a pilot this year with CEE. There's not many school districts doing that, but I certainly see a lot of value in that.
We have a little bit of work to do.
Yes.
I can see it right here, and I know like when you and I went to observe Character Strong at the high school, that's where most of the pushback is coming from students and from teachers as well, because it's more complicated at that level. And then if we look on the survey, seniors especially, you can see essentially as students are getting 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, like the older the students get, the less they're responding to stuff like this. And they might be the ones that are also not as interested in Character Strong. And so if there's a need to be met, we're missing it. We don't get to see. So finding a way to get them to participate in the survey will be huge in finding out what they need.
Yeah, and again, just like we've said, as this becomes a normal part of what we do, they'll get it and fill it. And it doesn't take, I don't even think it was like 5 or 6 minutes. But what our barrier was with that wasn't the students. Right? Everybody had this opportunity, the assignment to have your classes do it, and not everybody did it that way.
Right. I mean, the teachers and the students, especially the 12th grade level, are like, we can't be bothered, we're trying to graduate, or we can't be bothered, we're trying to help these kids graduate, right? So to find out if there's an emotional need not being met right before we launch them out into the world seems like a great idea, right?
Right. Well, again, that gets back to the part of us learning better how to use the data, and as principals are writing their CSIPs right now, I've been taking phone calls, and they're starting, the CSIP is that opportunity for them to get into the weeds, whereas sometimes as a building principal, you're just like scrambling, but when you actually sit down with the data and you look at it for those lagging skills, whether it's academic or social emotional, there's your opportunity right there. And the other part with the survey, I would say, is again, we have to be clear on the why. Do all teachers understand why we're doing it, what its impact potential is? And if they're not clear on that, then you can see where there wouldn't be the buy-in to necessarily do those things. But this does catch students who may appear like they have everything together, but who, that internal piece, and again, I use my son as an example. When I looked at his, it was kind of a little took my breath away. But not totally surprising, because I would say my kids do more internalize than, the other pieces. But that's good to know, and for his counselor to know that these are the areas that he might be struggling with. So.
Do the parents get any report on this?
No, this level report goes to the school principals, and then they look at it with their teams, and especially with our care teams.
Any other questions, comments? Excellent, thank you, Michelle.
Right, thanks.
I hate to ask you to continue.
Right. Let me just flip to the next.
So now we're going to move on to fall testing data report, and this is all ESL, right?
So,
ELA.
ELA, sorry, not ESL.
Right, and again with this piece, this is a team effort, and I have great staff. We have great staff across the district. So Morgan and Danette and Jennifer Reynolds have been part of the team that put this together. They each have skill sets in the different assessment areas. So I wanted them to be able to share their perspective with you as well. So I'll set the stage a little bit. So we go to the next slide. I had just doing a quick flashback for you. So we're in 2022. 2019, that was the last SBAC testing prior to COVID. Spring 2020, no SBAC. Spring 2021, no SBAC. And then that SBAC was moved to the fall, right? We got to do it. We checked the box. And now as we had that in the fall, now spring, we're doing another SBAC, but it is revised. It's not going to be the same as it was in the past, or even similar in many ways to what we had in the fall. So with that being said, if you look at our current 9th graders, the last time they took a typical SBAC piece was several years ago. So looking at our trend data, and Danette will talk to you about this, this is really, this year is our new baseline. So with our teachers, it's super critical, and with our building principals, to understand that this is a baseline. So going back was what it was, and then you'll see the data drop off for a pandemic, and then we start again. So that's what we're encouraging principals to work with their teachers to know that this is okay, this is expected. This isn't unexpected. So with the SBAC in the fall, we've followed the guidelines, we've looked at the data, but that we needed more formative data to really make day-to-day instructional changes. And that's where the formative, like the MAP assessment or the DIBELS, that's giving us those checkpoints along the way. So teachers and principals, as you can imagine, for this spring, are all out of sorts, right? They're worried. They're used to this is a measurement of who I am as a teacher and what our grade level does. So we've been reiterating the message that this, again, is our baseline. Students will do the best that they can, and we'll have that information. And I think it'll be critical for all of us around the table here to reemphasize that as we're talking with teachers and community members who would go, oh my gosh, only 50%. Okay, pandemic, this is where we're going, and we're going to improve. So I would encourage you, the more that you can get that message out so that teachers are feeling honored by the work and the intensity they're putting in. And as you'll see from some of the data, where we thought we would see a big improvement from fall to winter, we didn't. Why didn't we? 1,400 COVID absences at Roosevelt, right? 1,600 absences related to illness, 900 absences at kindergarten. So this year it's one more year, and it's adding to the intensity of our needs.
So what, in addition to that, my concern is that a new curriculum is being piloted.
Mm-hmm.
And a teacher is never as skilled the first time you're going through a curriculum. You're still finding your way. And the whole idea of assessment is to align the assessment with the teaching and learning. And that's not possible while you're still pedaling right through everything. And
Yeah.
so my other concern would be, we can't be realistic about the instruction, new curriculum, and then saying, and now we're going to test the students to see what they know and can do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And our curriculum
I just thought it
was
crazy. I thought, this is crazy making.
Yeah, and we went back and forth on that at Cabinet and certainly with our team here. And again, there's a huge sense of urgency around our reading scores. And even though it was a pandemic, we felt we had to make movement on it because time was wasting away, and we had kids in our buildings that they weren't having their needs met. So it's definitely
that the curriculum was critical to move students forward, that we weren't getting the results we expected.
Yes, I mean, we absolutely agree that the pilot was what we needed to do, but you're right, in a pilot situation, you're learning, and we did 2 pilots, so definitely impacted, and the principals will tell you that too.
So I certainly wouldn't expect to see results and student work that is reflective when you have all those different variables.
Yeah, so I just want you to be aware of the variables, but that's going to get better. What we've seen from Eureka is there's that struggle at first, and oh my gosh, what do we have to do? But now we're seeing the benefit as we're into year 3 and year 4, and our reading curriculum.
Okay, so that's kind of the same plan. That's
Yep.
moving forward because you're looking for the best that we have to offer this time. That's
Yes. All right, I'm going to turn it over to my teammates who are probably like, stop talking.
One of the things that I was going to mention as far as curriculum that Michelle probably doesn't remember, but I had to deal with it a lot last year, is that our Journeys curriculum, the publisher stopped publishing any of the online resources. We had no access to anything online because it was so old that they had there was an update with Adobe or something, and it was going to be too cost prohibitive for them to re-put that onto the server. And so in addition to not being able to find the books anymore to replace curriculum, and we lost a lot during the pandemic. It went home, it didn't come back, as you can imagine. And then there was the online resources weren't available to help fill in that gap, and teachers weren't able to access any of the online printables that they'd used in the past. And so from January of last year through the end of last year and all through this year, we've kind of been limping along trying to figure out how to adjust and find curriculum to fill in the gaps, find the journeys to fill in the gaps. So that was another one of the factors that went into, do we move forward? And in talking to that ELA curriculum team, we gave the option, or Michelle, I'm saying we, it's Michelle, talked to them and said, do we want to make this a 2-year pilot, or do we want to move forward? And they're like, we need curriculum now. Let's do it. It's painful, it's miserable, but let's do it. So,
That's helpful.
which doesn't have anything to do with what I was supposed to talk about, but put a microphone in my hand, I'm either going to talk or sing. And you prefer talking. So as Michelle mentioned, if you want to go to the next slide, Michelle mentioned that there was a modified fall assessment given. Usually the SBAC has 2 parts. One is a performance task that's a longer writing task for ELA. And then there's a computer adaptive portion, which is more multiple choice, short answer, with ELA. With math, there's a longer performance task that involves them doing one math problem with lots of multiple variables to it. The performance tasks were not part of the curriculum or part of the test in the fall. They were removed for fall testing, and the computer adaptive portion was winnowed down by about a third. For spring, the performance tasks are back, and they are keeping those that computer adaptive piece about a third less questions than they had. And I think indications from OSPI are that they may continue with that they may keep that computer adaptive portion about a third less questions moving forward from here. But the performance task is coming back, and that's why Michelle said spring will be our baseline data. It's really a lot. What we're comparing here is a little bit more apples to oranges because it doesn't include that. However, you can see exactly what we would expect to see, which is our kids dropped in all areas. And while it's not what we'd like to see, I think we'd have a lot more concerns if they hadn't dropped at all. After 2 years of no instruction, if we saw that they were at the same level, I'd probably be a lot more concerned about that. One of the things that we noticed is that the drop was a little bit more significant in math. And I think that part of that is if a student is a reader, they have that ability maybe to move themselves forward. Math is not as easy sometimes to be self-taught. And I know that for my son who's in 7th grade, that definitely was his area of struggle throughout the whole pandemic, trying to do the virtual instruction. Math was much harder for him to follow along with than the ELA. I think it kind of speaks for itself. If you want to go to the next slide. So this just compares our district with the state data. Our students outperformed the state. The dark green line is our district, the lighter line's the state. And then the red lines are areas where we did not outperform the state. And there were only two different groups that struggled a little bit more. Our current 8th graders, and you're gonna see their data come up again, and our current 5th graders. And again, that seems to be a trend that follows both with our summative and our formative data a little bit. You can go to the next one. This one just breaks the testing out by programs and characteristics. And again, there aren't any huge surprises, but it certainly shines a light on areas where we have more work to do. One of the things that I thought was a great success, though, is if you look at our Section 504 kids, they're performing right there with our non-Section 504. And if you don't know, Section 504 are students that have any disabilities that impact their classroom performance or would impact them in a general classroom setting, as opposed to like a special ed student where it's a learning disability. So a 504 could be a student that's got a handwriting or dysgraphia or something like that. But in order to qualify for a 504, it has to be a disability that would impact them in general education settings. So the fact that they're performing so well, I think speaks volumes. And 504, as a teacher, I can say that 504s are not always easy to work with. It's an extra lift for teachers. And so the fact that they're performing so well tells me that our teachers are really honed in on the needs of their students, and they're working with those kids very hard to get them where they need to be. Yeah. And then this is just by demographic, our male and female. Females are outperforming our males by a little bit, but not too much. The bigger gaps are when you start looking at the different groups. Our Asian groups are performing high, white kids right there, but Native American kids are struggling a little bit more, as are our African American students. However, a lot of those are also identified as 2 or more races, so sometimes it's hard with the paperwork. They might be identified as 2 or more races and then show up also as Native American, so that one's a little bit harder to know where we're actually sitting with it, and that's pretty much it for me.
Thank you. So Dawnette really gave you the big overview, 30,000 foot view on an assessment that's been changed over the last couple of years, and now we're looking more just at our district about where our students are at. So back to the map, the students took this assessment in the fall, so they had about 3 weeks of instruction. And then they took it again at about 20 weeks of instruction. So we wanted to see where the kids were at and what type of growth they made. So this is looking at individual students, at least by the teachers or at the building level. Today we're looking just at grade levels by the district. So the orange triangle is that projected growth. So it looked at where the kids were at 3 weeks of instruction. NWA has great algorithms that they run, and it says that this is where the third graders, this is how much growth they should make, all the way out to 9th grade. That purple or light blue bar is the actual observed growth. So this is what they actually did. So you can see 3rd grade looks great. They hit it right on the dot. They were projected to make 8 points of growth, and they did. And the rest of it, this is why we need an ELA curriculum. So our 4th grade missed it by 2 points, 5th grade hit it, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade didn't hit it. And it steadily goes down. 8th grade, as an entire grade level, showed no growth, and 9th grade showed -1 point of growth. And I wish I could compare math for you because it looks different, so in a couple weeks you'll get to see that. But this is really eye-opening. So we're looking at that, Michelle and her team, of what do we need to do as a district, and then building principals look at it and say, what do we need to do as a team at our building? Because every building is different and it's gonna look different. And so they're looking at buildings, grade levels at those buildings and classrooms, and teachers are doing the same thing. They're looking at their classroom and then they're looking at individual students. So we can see it at every single level and address the needs for our individual students. And so it's that formative assessment that allows teachers to reflect on what they're doing and what their kids need and make those adjustments. It's time consuming because they really have to go through and dig in and look at the data, and doing it for maybe 25 third graders is going to look different than when you have 90 or 100 ninth graders. But so little disheartening right now, but in 3 years when we share this data, it's going to look way different, and I'm going to be super proud of that. And then our next slide is projected proficiency. And so we're really looking for our kids to be in that blue and green colored pie chart right there. And this is aligned as well as it can be, and I want to say it's like within, oh boy, don't quote me, maybe like 2% accuracy of SBA. So right now we're looking at about, MAP is projecting about 52, almost 53% of our students up through 8th grade, because it doesn't go to 9th, to pass the SBA, which last year I think we were at 48%, so it's a little bit higher, which is what we want. We want to see that growth. We want to see what the teachers are doing in the classroom with their kids working. And Michelle and Dawnette both talked to those hurdles that they're facing with all those absences, but those numbers are going up. So I'm really looking forward to the fall or to the spring assessment to see those numbers even go up and hopefully reflected in the SBA data as well. That's it for me, unless you have questions.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Reynolds, and I'm a Title I reading interventionist at Rosedale Elementary School. And what you can see on the screen here is our district level DIBELS data. So DIBELS is a universal screener that we use to assess foundational literacy skills. It stands for the Dynamic Indicator of Basic Early Literacy Skills, and it screens in the big 5 areas of early literacy development. So As we look at the data, we can see that students who are in red would be considered well below in their early literacy development. These students are typically performing more than a year behind their grade level expectation. They have gaps that require intensive interventions. The students that are in yellow here, these students are in need of strategic interventions. They've got some knowledge and skills. They may need some remediation, but a lot of their needs can be met through classroom, additional supports and interventions, just through that classroom practice. The green and the blue, those are our benchmarks, and that's where we really want students to be. The green would be students meeting the benchmark, and the blue would be students exceeding benchmark. And when we look at this data, we really have to take into consideration that this is our new reality. And this is where we're starting at now. And we want to also look at it as the 1,000-foot view. The DIBELS is meant to be like a dipstick. It's meant to be used as an assessment where we can take a look quickly at our student population and identify students who will be in need of additional supports. So what we want to see from our beginning of the year data to our middle of the year data is increased amounts of students in that green and blue, so achieving benchmark and exceeding benchmark, and a reduced amount of students in the well below and strategic areas. So if we go to that next slide. So when we identify those students in need of additional interventions, we then look at additional assessment information such as the MAPs, the MAP test, to drill down and determine what those students need. Then we're able to provide them with additional interventions and supports. So if those interventions are working, we would see an increased number of students meeting those benchmark goals. And if we look at kindergarten through 4th grade, we can see that we are increasing the number of students meeting those benchmark goals. However, we can also see that we have a huge portion of our students that their needs aren't being met. And like Michelle was talking about with her presentation, a core curriculum meets the needs of about 80% of your students. And then about 15% of your students are typically identified for those strategic interventions. And 5% of our students are typically identified as in need of intensive interventions. And we're kind of seeing a reverse model to that in this post-COVID learning environment.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Could you please take a line and go through it and
Yeah.
with the BOY, the MOY, yeah.
So right here we have the percent of students at or above benchmark. So, you know, ideally if our interventions are working, so I'm a Title I reading interventionist, and so if our interventions are working, we want to see students moving from those at-risk categories to the at or above benchmark categories. So we want to see them moving from being identified as in need of intervention to meeting their benchmark objectives. So we can see that in kindergarten there is 10% growth. However, there's an asterisk next to kindergarten and 1st grade because the DIBELS isn't required by the state of Washington in the fall for kindergarten students. So not all of our elementary schools administered that assessment in the fall. So the data is a little bit
And so I'm looking at the district-wide.
This is our district-wide data, right?
Okay.
And then in 1st grade, we were missing one of our schools. Their 1st grade data wasn't in there. So again, we can see it, but it's not really comparable if you're trying to draw conclusions from the data. And in 2nd grade, we can see that there's a slight increase. So we can see that the interventions and supports we are putting in place are working. However, we have a huge need for a strong core curriculum that provides systematic phonics and phonemic awareness instruction. And as we move forward, and I know Michelle will talk probably a little bit more about the needs of our kids, it's urgent. And we knew prior to going into COVID that we needed a core curriculum that had systematic phonics instruction as part of that based off of our DIBELS data. Now, if we go back and look at that DIBELS data, it really isn't comparable because it's pre-COVID, but the need was already there. So this continues to highlight that we really need that core curriculum.
So I have a great team, and we thought that by bringing you multiple perspectives from different parts of our district, that would help paint a picture for you as well of what we're doing. So when we talk about, okay, well, so what? What are we doing? Again, as we talked earlier, we have a lot of variables affecting this data. A main one is attendance. But we already saw this gap coming, and so that was the need for looking at a core curriculum. The stronger your core, the less tier 2 and the less tier 3 you have to have. So what we're doing right now is schools are updating their data, and what they'll be sharing with you is examples of supports that they put in place. And again, they're combining ESSER dollars, Title I, LAP, and SPED, we kind of braid it all together. So they're differentiating instruction, after school tutoring is really getting going now, learning strat teachers for the middle school and high school, and those are kind of similar to like the specialists that we have at the elementary, like for math. Some schools have designed to use their ESSER funds. At Roosevelt, for instance, each grade level has one full day of planning together to look at the data, and then a half day to also look at the data and get their interventions. Because, right, one of the biggest things that teachers talk about is, all right, this is all great, but when am I gonna have a concentrated amount of time to look at it and talk about what it means and implement steps? So that will continue to be a need. They've put in behavior support specialists. Again, the social emotional being the plate, math interventions, and certainly para support across the different areas. The next slide. So what is next? So you can see from all that we've shared with you tonight and just from our current reality, we're all in the same storm, right? But not everybody's in the same boat. So it's going to require different interventions and pieces at different schools for all of us to come out together, and it's going to take time. So the leadership and grade level teams, they're reviewing the data by standards. The teachers are adjusting their instruction, similar to like we did last year, where we're focusing on those core essential standards and making sure we're hitting those first. They're going to look at what strategies have been working. Some haven't been working. So what do we need to stop doing? What do we need to start doing more of? Looking at the individual student need, and then what other professional development can we provide to staff so they have the skills necessary to look at the data and know what to do. So again, during the CSIP time in the next few weeks, you'll hear and see that in the CSIP reports. So yeah, questions?
When is the new text going to be selected?
March 23rd.
March 23rd?
So the team will make the recommendation and put together our rationale, and then we will go to the instructional materials committee. We'll get to meet at least once, and they'll look at it again, and from there, then we bring it back to the board. So you'll have a lot of good information.
And I want to speak about that committee. We had some really tough conversations in the fall around, just the timing of the pilots. And I actually had a conversation with Michelle to say, we need to have an honest conversation with our committee around, is this really doable? And, should we continue the track we're on? And I can't remember, it was close to unanimous. Was it unanimous?
Yeah.
It was close. If I remember right, it was -1, or it was unanimous. But all of the teachers on that committee doing all of the work. You said unanimous? Unanimously said we need to continue. Now, if that's not a strong, message to all of us, and concurs with what we're hearing in this room, there's a need. Because folks are working incredibly hard this year, and for these teachers to take on an additional learning curve of 2 different curriculums, and willing to wade through all of that, including all the other issues that we've been dealing with around COVID, we have a need in our core curriculum. So I want to thank everybody that came out today to share the data, but also I want the board to hear from me that you know, we did have serious conversations in the fall to potentially delay it a bit, just to simply give people a chance for a breath, and they didn't want it. So we're doing the right thing. Once again, the timing of this is not perfect. It would be great if it were on the front end or the back end of the pandemic, but we could not wait. So, Michelle, back to you.
Yeah, so that was what I had to present and our team, and we just were really wanting to make sure that we painted, again, a whole picture for you from like the 30,000 view, but also to let you know that our buildings are looking at it as well.
Tell me about collaboration days. That's no children in school, correct?
So our district collaborative time is Wednesday mornings.
Every Wednesday morning?
Every Wednesday morning, and it's directed by each school.
I mean, where are the children?
They arrive an hour later.
Oh, it's a late start. Oh, that's what
Yeah.
I need to know. So that's scheduled every...
Yes, for instance, at elementary, again, it's a tight team. They have called out the first Wednesday is, you know, all staff. The second is their teams. There's a third Wednesday where it's district grade level. So each of my admins takes all the second grade teachers for the district, and they're meeting once a month to make sure we have continuity and are addressing needs. And middle school and high school, they've planned theirs out from the beginning of the year. And if I think about the high school, again, there's a variety of opportunities for their PLCs and their department teams to meet, as well as whole district staff and then different groups.
I commend you for that time for teachers. I mean, there really is no need to do any of this testing unless we're going to use it.
Absolutely, yeah.
The only piece I'd like to add is I know that we've had difficulty with substitutes, finding teachers and staff. I believe that professional development is the absolute critical component for adopting a new series. And I'm pleased to hear that there's phonemic awareness, but a lot of people were not raised and have never experienced phonemic awareness. If we aren't as diligent about training subs, paras, people who are delivering that they don't need to be afraid to say, I don't know how to do that. But we've got to do that because every adult that's working with a child needs those skills. And my worry is that, especially at a time of shortages, however we can afford to have as many people involved in that professional development, that will be a critical key to bringing our students forward. So I just hope to hear that we're able to open the doors for professional development to as many people as are wanting to take that and learn. Because we can't deliver a curriculum if it's not delivered with fidelity, and we need all those people on board.
Absolutely, and so that's first and foremost in our conversations. And just to give a little foreshadowing, so irregardless of which curriculum we select, June 16th and 17th, which is that Thursday and Friday after our last day, those 2 days are going to be full day trainings for teachers. We'll be paying them for their time, K through 6. We will also then be scheduling a time in August for our paras and our other support teachers, because you're right, we don't want to leave anybody out. We all need to be clear on the mission. And then where the sub piece is always an interesting piece, but again, we'll try to get as many of those people in as well. Our team of the ELA team, really one of their biggest things was they want to have the materials in hand for teachers before they leave school. So that they have it, they have a chance to reflect on it, and we're not trying to rush like right before school starts. Here's your stuff, good luck.
Yeah.
Here's some training. So yeah.
Well, that sounds great, thank you.
And Morgan's working miracles, so she has all of our schedules going.
Any other issues, questions from the board? you for helping to give us that information. This is what we're here for, and I'm anxious to see the new curriculum. Can we come to the June thing? Can a school board person come?
Yeah, so
and
we
look?
will,
I mean, aren't we supposed to see the?
Yeah, so
The
we'll have
instructional materials committee will look it over, then they'll bring it to us as a board,
Okay.
then we approve it, but.
So we'll see that in April, maybe?
May.
May.
We could schedule in May.
Okay.
Yes, and we'll have as part of the curriculum process, we also have we have to have an open house for community members and parents to be able to see what's there. So we're working on scheduling that. That'll probably
Okay.
be here or at one of the schools, so everyone has an opportunity to look at the full materials.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you for your work.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Every day. Go home, get some rest. Okay. And that brings us to our wonderful Carmen.
Oh, hey, Carmen.
Carmen, you have got the patience of a saint. We are so anxious to hear what you have to say. Before you get up here, I want to say to the board that every place I go in the community, like to meetings and stuff, everybody talks about how well we communicate with the community. And it's all because of Carmen.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
It's okay. I'm bragging on you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm bragging on you.
You got
Yeah.
a ways to go, you know.
I know that the Ed Foundation talks about Carmen at every meeting.
Is she need a break, is that what?
Yeah, but I don't wanna miss Carmen.
Okay, well, how about between Carmen,
Yeah, that'd be fine.
between Carmen and,
That'd be
getting
great.
into the.
Okay. Yep. So well.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Looking back, I love doing this. It's kind of like a year in review, right?
Yeah.
And so I look back on the last time I did this, I was 2 months in to my position, and I was like, what in the world did I get myself into? We had our first board meeting in person. So we were at the Performing Arts Center up in the auditorium. Remember, I was looking up at you guys on the stage, and there was a big screen behind you, and it was like the Wizard of Oz. I mean, it was wild. So look how far we've come. Yeah, and but we did it. Special thanks to technology for getting us through every little hurdle with grace throughout the year. So what I'd like to do is just share what I've been working on over this last year. So our district has a series of communications that go out regularly. To start off with, we have our staff newsletter, News and Notes. It goes out every Friday. It highlights student events, activities, student success stories, our Rockstar staff members, kudos from staff and peers, highlights community events, and just our overall district stories. Honestly, you guys, this is my favorite part of my job. I remember about a week in to starting, Marty came into my office and he's like, okay, here's what we do. And he was like, I really want you to make this your own. He's like, I don't care how you do it. He's like, I just want you to just run with it. And that was amazing, you know, like just to have your boss come in and be like, I don't care how you do it. I hired you to do this, and I would love to see what you have to do. So thank you, Marty, for giving me the freedom. So I reformatted it and added some new things, but it's great. I've received some great feedback from staff members about our News and Notes, saying that it's the highlight of their week. They've felt over the last year that they've been really isolated in their own school buildings, and to see what other schools and students and teachers are doing, they said it was incredible just to see, you know, the stories and to get inspiration. So that's been great. And then next up, we have our community newsletter. So this comes out biannually, and it's just a snapshot of what our district has been up to. Our audience for this is the community at large, so this is a really big opportunity for our district to share our story. It goes out to 22,000 homes in Port Angeles, so it's a big deal. We showcase, again, just like our staff newsletter, we showcase student success. We get to introduce new staff members and provide updates on important topics and events from around the district. It also provides recaps of the start and end of the school year. And also it provides an update from our superintendent and our board of directors. So this is your opportunity to get your voice out there as well. And actually, so in October, I had a chance to travel to Leavenworth to attend the Washington Schools Public Relations Association's meeting. It was just great to connect with peers from around the state, and they were talking about our community newsletter and how they wanted to do that. They read, just about our recap last year, and they were just amazed that we were able to bring kids back as quickly as we did. We were leading the charge. So it was just really special to know that Port Angeles, we're making a difference. So it was just really special to be able to share that story. And then our parent newsletter. So this goes out each month. It's chock full of school celebrations, graduations, awards, and student stories. And we use this platform to share community news. We partner with the North Olympic Library System. They have so many great events and opportunities for families. And so we really like to highlight the work that they do. And it also just keeps our parents in the loop. I'll go into it a little bit more, but we use social media a lot to share stories, but we have a lot of families that don't use social media. And so the parent newsletter is kind of like our highlight reel as well, just so everyone receives the same type of information. You don't always have to be on social media for that. And then next up, we have our calendar and parent guide. So this is a lot of fun to work on as well. It's pretty much our highlight reel of the year. And it's so hard to only pick 12 photos. So I started making collages because there's no way that I could just pick one. It goes out to each family in the district. And it contains, it's like a snapshot of some of our most important policies as well, so like graduation policies, and it's just it's a great place to receive all information in one spot. The printed parent guide and school calendar is a local business sponsored project, so it's pretty cool because we have a wait list right now for sponsorship. So I maybe need to figure out how to get more than 12 months in a year. I don't know. But it's pretty neat that they're like, we have different businesses that want to get in on this. And it goes home, so it hangs on the wall of over 2,400 homes in our district. So that's a great advertising opportunity. And we believe this is a fun and positive and effective method of showing the support for youth in our community and our district as a whole. And then we have our update to the community on our capital levy progress. So we started doing this last year, so it goes out in the spring. And we send it out again to every household in Port Angeles just to show, that we're being accountable and to provide progress updates on our capital levy. And again, it's a great way to communicate with every household. And then another form of communication is through our district and school websites. So, sometimes these websites are the first impression that families have of, and especially when they want to move to this area too. So it's really important that there's new things up there. Our calendars are jam-packed now that things are starting to open up again, making sure that our calendars are up to date. Our families utilize the calendar feature and also our news pages to receive updates. I work really closely with Jack Walknitz, our tech and support, web support specialist. And he has been just a great addition to the technology team. I don't know if you guys have ever had a chance to meet him, but he is so community. He has kids in the district. He's community focused, and he's just fun to work with too. So I really appreciate that. And speaking of fun to work with, Jared, I really appreciate all the support you've given me the last year. You're so patient and kind and funny. So thank you for all your knowledge and support. Yeah, and so like I talked before, the Washington Schools Public Relations Association is a great source of peer partnership and guidance. And then here, so the other side of my job is community partnerships. And this has been a lot of fun to get to know our businesses and community members in businesses in Port Angeles. Over the last year, I've had the honor of joining our Kiwanis Club of Port Angeles, the Northwestern Rotary Club, the Olympic Peninsula chapter of the Surfrider Foundation, Port Angeles Marathon Association, and the Port Angeles Chamber of Commerce. And I'm happy to say that all of these organizations support and strengthen our school district. They are dedicated 100% to the success of our students and staff members. Rotary, I didn't know this before joining, but they acknowledge middle school students on honor roll. So every Friday morning we have 10 to 12 kids hop on and introduce themselves and share, what they love about school, who their parents are. And it's just really neat because a lot of them are proud, of their parents or their family members who are there supporting them. So it's really neat to see that. They also provide scholarships to high schoolers, and historically they organize trips to college campuses for students, which is great. And then the Kiwanis Club, all Kiwanis clubs in our area support our events through sponsorships and volunteer presence wherever needed. So anytime we have an event, Kiwanis and Rotary are there. You ask and they show up. The food bank, the Port Angeles Food Bank has been incredible. They do our summer food program, break bags, and recently we started back up again with the Friday food bags. And what's really cool is we're dialing it in. So the food bank is saying, hey, what do you guys think? They were sending broccoli and cheese soup and Gouda cheese packets, and no one was eating it. So the stuff was just sitting there. And they are so receptive. We're like, hey, this isn't working. Our secondary kids, they want food on the go. Whereas our elementary kids, they take those bags with them, and their family, they cook, on the weekends. But secondary students, they're out and about and doing things, so they want that quick. So we've been getting a lot of feedback from the schools and dialing those in, and now they're starting to move really, really fast. So we started out providing 200 Friday food bags, and now we've doubled it, so we're up to 400. So they can handle 700 Friday food bags in our district, and so hopefully we'll start seeing that increase if the need is there. In the last year, I've helped our district partner with local law enforcement for educational programs for our 911 resources. And in partnership with Michelle and her team, I helped launch the Handle with Care program with the Clallam Resilience Project and the Port Angeles Healthy Youth Coalition. So that's been really, it's been special to see that grow. The Port Angeles Healthy Youth Coalition and the Clallam Resilience Project are dedicated to supporting our students during times of trauma. Sponsorships, like I said before, with the printed calendar. We have sponsors for our Shred fundraising event that's coming up, and then the Back to School Fair in August. Lutheran Community Services has been an incredible partner. Lisa Lyon and Amanda Sanders, they are dedicated to us. North Olympic Healthcare Network with the Mobile Health Clinic, the Wanda Fuca Foundation of the Arts, and the Port Angeles Education Foundation. Historically, they've hosted concerts, for every student in the district. And last year, it didn't happen the year before, but last year they couldn't let another year squeak by, and they did a virtual concert. It was really interactive, and it was engaging for students from K to 12. So that was we're looking to do that again this year. And then Fierro Marine Life Center, they've been incredible, providing learning opportunities through field trips, classroom science kits, and virtual programming. So it's been really neat to work with them and learn about what offerings they have. And then the Port Angeles Marathon Association, they offer the kids marathon where they run 25 miles in their PE class. And then on marathon weekend in June, they gather together on that Saturday and they run that last mile together. And I have never seen more kiddos excited for a popsicle in my life. And it's really cool. And speaking of those little popsicle eaters, these are two of my favorite photos right now in our district. And it really shows why do we have community sponsorships, right? So we have, we can't do this alone. Our district, we have some of the most amazing, world-class teachers, janitors, maintenance crews, bus drivers, but it takes the backing of an incredible community to round out the education and valuable experiences. So, and then on the right-hand side here, we have this little guy, and I just thought this was so cool. He has his Boys and Girls Club sweatshirt on, and he's also doing a science science experiment, ocean acidification test that was provided by Fiero. So it's incredible. We're so lucky to live in such a supportive and amazing community, and it really makes my job easy. So it's great. So again, I love this quote in regards to social media. If you don't tell your story, someone else will. Port Angeles parents and community members are avid Facebook users. Our target on social media is parents and community members.
Isn't that a bit ironic?
That it's what?
They didn't take the time to make sure their name would be known.
No.
Go along with your quote.
Well, now I get to tell the story, right? Maybe that's why. Yeah. And only you would just notice that, Jake. So we focus on Facebook due to the high number of followers and engagement. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? And it also just makes it easy to engage our community through comments, direct messaging, stories, private groups, and post sharing. So we get a lot of post shares in our community, which is great. Good or bad, it's still getting out there, right? And so for parents who don't use social media, like I said before, I provide a highlight reel in our monthly parent emails. It's really important that we don't leave anybody out. And at a quick glance here, and this is in no particular order, these are the district accounts around the Northwest and around the peninsula that I try and keep an eye on just to see what type of engagement they have. So these other districts and schools are close in size, and we're doing really well in engagement. On average, I post between 5 to 15 times between our two main accounts, so the Port Angeles School District and the high school. And we're doing pretty well with engagement. Pardon me?
What's going on at North Mason?
So this is like a snapshot in a week, so this could change at any given time. This was not this week, but the week before, and they shared some information early about like lifting the mask mandates, and so that's a heated subject. But they have higher followings, so they have 3,000 followers, and again, this can change, and it just really depends on what the districts are focusing on. Some districts just don't care about social media, but as I've learned in Port Angeles, there's a lot that goes on social media, so try and focus on that. And then not really in the same veins as social media, but I wanted to share just as far as like advertising. So this last year we started advertising Seaview on King 5. I don't know if you guys, did you see it?
I did.
Did you expect it?
No, I was like, wait, whoa.
Yeah, so
I was impressed.
cool. Yeah, that was really fun. I've never worked on TV advertising before. The school district partnered with Silas Cruz. He's a local videographer, and he was really great to work with. So that has been a great, I think, addition to advertising outside of our school district. I'm working with Caitlin up at Seaview in Lincoln, and she's providing weekly reports just so we can see if it's working, and it seems to be working along the I-5 corridor as far as getting new enrollment. And next up, our third annual school supply shred event. So on April 23rd, if you're available, we'd love for you to come on out. This is our sole fundraiser for the back to school fair for school supplies. So again, we have our sponsors, Kiwanis, Steve Methner State Farm, and Sound Community Bank here in Port Angeles that are sponsoring it for the third year in a row. And it's just a great time. Last year we raised about $2,200, so we're looking to do about the same, if not more. You always want more, right? But Yeah, so this is in partnership with Lutheran Community Services. And that's it. So here's some more fun highlight reels. This is what I get to do for my job, you guys. I get to go out and like meet people and listen to kids and celebrate the 100th day of school and check out middle school staff members wearing tutus. I mean, it's pretty great.
I love those tutus.
Yeah.
Tutu twins.
So, and thank you for the opportunity to do this job too. This is, I wouldn't think I would want to be anywhere else. I'm not going to get emotional, which I tend to do, but yeah, it's an honor to work here and for the board and for our work team and our work family, really. It's not a team, it's a family. Everyone really cares for one another, and I'm just grateful to be here.
We're so glad that you joined our family.
Thank
and
you.
our team. You make us look really good.
It's easy, yeah.
Sometimes not so easy, but we do appreciate everything you do for us. It's made a huge difference since you've come here. You've really come up with some very creative ideas. And my favorite is the news thing that goes out to the whole community, comes through the mail.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I love that because people ask me about that all the time. You know, my neighbors and stuff, they think that's really cool that they get to see what's going on. And also I want to commend you on the capital levy thing. That is getting more and more and more important.
Yes, absolutely.
And you've done a real good job of presenting that. It's easy to read, and thank you for that. Board?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, the language that you use is so positive, and I think you really have to be careful in a community that we aren't using educational jargon that closes people out. And I just feel that it's inviting, it is emotional, that you are sharing as if you're a friend sharing, and it has made a huge difference. And I know that at different times the decision has been made that we can't afford to send out these mailers, and I think right now the value of these and going out to everyone, as you said, is well worth our money to have this communication, and it's so valuable and it's enjoyed. And like you said, teachers are excited to see, and I hadn't even thought about them feeling closed out. So thank you for the difference you've made for our district and community. It is impressive.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Ms. Carmen. And with that, we have some other work to do tonight. And we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Right now. So we're breaking. That's just half a tap. I'm about to choke to death. Oh, God, I need some air.
Do it.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are going to look at action items. 10.01 approval of strategic plan survey. Do I have a motion to look at them?
I move.
Second?
A second.
Okay, so it's been seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Superintendent Brooke.
All right, I understand there's a lot of feedback. I hope we can get through the feedback pretty quickly here. The thing I wanted y'all to keep in perspective, like, if the strategic plan was the only thing driving, like, the end result, then, you know, we would spend more time on it. The purpose of this survey is to give everybody the opportunity, if they don't end up in a focus group. I think the focus groups are really going to drive the meat behind our strategic planning. That's where the value is going to come in. We want to have a good, solid survey that is representative of what you want. So there's nothing here that anybody is married to. This is your survey. But I do also want to caution us, like, I don't want to spend, and I said this the last meeting, I don't want to spend 2 months on a survey. I want to get the survey done so we can get to the meat of the work. So our goal is, I would like to be able to, push this survey out to the community next week. So with that being said, we'll see if that works based on feedback we get tonight. So turn it over to you for feedback on what you'd like to see modified and changed.
Could you kind of speak a little bit to who worked on this? And
There's a combination of Ann Ranker, based on the conversations we had 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Then I've chewed on it.
Okay.
I've had cabinet members chew on it.
Okay.
I've gotten some feedback from each of the cabinet members around some modifications.
Okay.
So that's about the extent of it right now.
Are the modifications included in this?
Yes. Yes, they are.
All right. Board members.
I'll just go down the line.
I'll just go on down. Sarah, you
All
want to
right.
be first?
So number 10, a number of districts in Washington moved to a balanced calendar, and then it asks if people are interested. I think that is perfectly a great question. Love that. But then we jump to 16, which is in effect the same sort of idea of question. Extensive research shows a later time. And when it says the Port Angeles School District is considering, you see how that sounds different than other schools are doing this? What's your interest level in that? When it says it, that the district is considering it, and then you say, how would this proposed change, or how would you want them to move forward with this proposed change? If I'm reading that as a parent, in my opinion, it sounds like this is something really official that the board is seriously sitting down and looking at,
Right.
which we may be, but I would prefer it to be worded as number 10 is, which is, it is shown that later start times are, being used by other districts, and how would you feel about that? Not that we're considering it, because as you know, we did a very long focus group, work group on changing our start times. I can't remember how many years ago that was now, 7? It was a while ago, but it was not really very workable. I mean, that's what the group came up with at the end of the time, was that it was with our geographical, where we are located, and how many of our kids are in extracurriculars. Anyway, I don't want to revisit all that. I'm just saying, if we could word that, number 16, similar to number 10, I would prefer that. Number 10 was the one about the balanced calendar. I mean, both of those are important things, just how it's worded. And then just in the very question 1, just needs to be, my opinion, only my opinion is, I think we just eliminate and pays taxes that support the Port Angeles School District.
Okay.
I think we get all the information we need. Is you have a kid who's there, you've had a kid who's there, or you don't have a kid who's there. Once we start bringing in, because my understanding is this survey is only going out to Port Angeles School District people. So I guess we could look at that as well. You know, we're trying to find out, do you rent your home or own your home?
Correct.
But I don't know that that's information that we need based on to base our strategic plan on. Those are my takeaways from it.
I would take that whole sentence out, and pays taxes that support.
Yeah, that's what I
don't
said.
even know what that means.
Okay.
Anyway, okay.
So, your point on number 16, well received. I was kind of trying to use for number 16, what we have tomorrow is I have a survey that has this very question, one question, going out to staff and to students, 7-12, with this question. What's your level of support for a later start time for secondary schools? I threw this in there, number 16 in there last minute. It's not really, and maybe I'm picking up on the concern that you have, is it's not really contingent upon like strategic planning.
Right.
Because this is something, if I'm going to be honest, if we have enough support, I want to be able to implement that next year. So what I hear you saying, Sarah, is maybe that's not the time and place for that survey. Maybe it's, maybe
For that question?
Maybe we have an additional survey that's a one question survey like we're doing for staff and students to go to parents as well. Because I was trying to have less surveys than more surveys, but what I hear you saying, and now that you're speaking it, I comprehend that may create some confusion and some concern around this isn't really a strategic planning question. What's the real intent here? So that's on
Yeah.
me. I think I would feel more comfortable removing it altogether.
Perfect.
I would
doing
agree
it
with
as a
that.
one
I agree
item.
with that too.
Because again, if there's the right level of support, I'm going to bring to the board, you know, this is the right time to do it. And our kids, I think it's going to be portrayed to us loud and clear from our staff and our students, and probably our community, that this is a good move.
How much later for high schools?
It's projected 8:15.
What time do they start now?
7:40.
40.
About 35 minutes.
Okay.
Here's this.
Yep.
And would the elementary schools actually all be able to have the same time?
Close.
Okay.
Not perfect.
Okay.
You know, it's the buses drive our schedule.
Right. That's why I
And
was surprised by that.
So
But that's good if it's
we're trying to
close.
get it as close
Yeah.
as possible.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm going to do with that, and that you brought it up, Sarah, is I'm going to remove that question altogether. And we'll put it as a single one-item survey, just like we're doing the other two groups, for parents to participate.
Okay.
So thank you for that feedback.
And I would love to dig up that old study or the work group that we did on that, on the start time, just to, you know, sort of refresh our memories as to why we came up with what we came up with. I mean, I would just be interested, not to pass out to the world, but just for, I guess, our own board edification on that too.
Well, at the next meeting, or actually a meeting in April, I want to bring back the data from the surveys. And again, I hope to be able to announce that we're going to change our start times before the end of the school year, if we're going to do it. If the community's not going to do it, then that's a different conversation.
See, I think the community, well, no, we're on this right now.
So I'm going to remove that, but thank
Okay.
you for the feedback. Sorry, Mary, you were moving to the next item?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
So my question, is the reason for all the different ways that they answer, is that just to keep them engaged? As
Yeah.
in like the sliding scale from 1 to 100, the stars, the very highly disagree, is that just to keep their mind kind of fresh as they move through it?
Yes.
Okay. I have
And that's out of consideration that Ann is sharing with us. It keeps the reader engaged.
Okay, cool.
I think
I'm okay with it with the
Never
changes
do it.
that we've talked about tonight. I'm good.
We've never do that in a million years, but I'm not doing it, so. Okay, number 4, which of the following organizational topics, I have no idea what that means, are priorities for your household? Organizational topics, and here they are: clear and easily accessible communication system, community education opportunities. What does that mean? Come to school as an adult and learn something, like the college does? I don't know what that means. Community education opportunities.
could mean a lot of different things.
Okay.
I think if the concept there is to rank them, and if community education opportunities come up as a top 3, then when we go out in the focus groups, we'll get more clarity on what that means from a focus group. Like, so community education opportunities came up as a top 3. Let's talk about that. What is the community? What is the tribal community? What's the business community? What do you want in that? So
I just don't see, I don't like number 4. I would do away with number 4. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I would do totally away with number 4. I don't know what it means. I don't know how it's, systems that provide food services to our students. That's an organizational topic, and is it a priority to my household? I mean, systems that provide student transportation, what systems? What does that mean?
So what we're trying to do is, if you look at number 2.
Number 2?
So,
2 is a list of programs.
2 is a list of
That's teaching and learning.
Correct. And
Okay.
so I heard really clear from Katie at the last meeting that she wanted some, way of identifying programs that are going well for our school system. So there's a number of programs that folks can do that. In that list, there are a number of educational or organizational topics that include facilities, that include systems, that include communication, that don't necessarily fit in the programs. So that's why we did it.
I think the word organizational topics is gonna throw
Okay.
people, they're not gonna know what that means.
Okay.
But
Retitle it.
I'm trying to explain to you, that's why we did 2 different, because that list became too long.
Yeah,
and
well, I
we were
understand the
working on 2
teaching and
different.
learning one, that is very clear to me.
Okay.
This number 4 is not clear, I don't know what you're asking for.
Okay.
Are you asking them to rank 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
The top 3 things?
From
Well,
this list.
From this list right here, under number 4? All of those things, how do you rank systems that provide food services? I mean,
Well, I would say, I guess what we're
In
going
their
for here
importance
is
to the household.
that it's more important to me that I have an opportunity to go to a childbirth class at the high school. That's more important to me than kids being able to go up to the school and get food on Saturday. So I'd put that as 1, and I'd put food services. I might not rank that one. And physical facilities would be very important for me,
Organizational
that
topics.
support publicly accessible events.
well, find something else to call them.
Yeah, I agree.
Organizational topics is,
Okay.
I don't even know what it means.
They're all systems from district systems.
And they all need to be, I don't know, I just haven't, that is of no importance to me. Okay, number 5.
Okay, well, I want to get some clarity on
Yeah.
that before we move on.
Why don't we just rename it? So instead
Okay.
of calling them organizational topics,
Well, what are they? I don't even know what
they
they are.
seem to be they're district systems or possible district systems, right?
Clear and easily accessible communication system. Is that important? Yes. Community education opportunities, I have no idea what that means.
I told you childbirth.
Oh, childbirth money. Community support services, for example, emergency plan supports. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I'm not being critical, I don't know what it means. What are community support services, for example, emergency plan support? How we get children out of a building that's on fire, is that what we're
Let's say you have an earthquake, like, is it important to the community that we have the ability to house emergency centers? It could be.
Didn't say that.
Okay.
Didn't say, that's.
Well, I don't think we want to be so closed in.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we want to be so
Do we
specific.
wanna say, are there other ways we could use our facilities, that the community could use our facilities? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah. And that's bullet number 6 or 7,
That's-
is systems that provide community access to Port Angeles School District facilities.
Systems that provide, what systems? This is not worded very well, and I'm telling you something, that people are gonna look at this and they're not gonna know what the heck they're looking at. And I'm really I find this discouraging. And that's what I meant when I said I had a million things to say. I find this number 4, I don't know what it means. Okay, and number 4 and number 5 are the same.
That is correct.
Number 1 and number 2, no. Number 1 is demographic, and that's the only demographic you're asking for, correct? No other demographic at all.
Correct.
Don't you think we might want to need?
This is yours. If you want
Okay.
it, you tell
Let me talk to the board.
Okay.
Do you think we need more demographic information other than I have a student, I had a student, I've never had a student? Do we need any kind of other demographic information?
Well, what, like, for example, what are you talking about? Are you talking about, are you a white family? Are you an American Indian
Yeah.
family?
I am.
Okay.
Ethnicity, you know, are you a single parent? Are you, that's a whole.
And how does that
Data
inform
analytics would
our strategic plan?
Well, it's gonna tell us who's thinking what. Do we wanna know what homeless people are thinking?
I don't think homeless people are gonna get this, which is, that's just an unfortunate, but
Okay.
I don't know how.
Well,
but I
maybe
guess
if that's all you think that we need to know is whether they've had children in the school district.
I actually would want to know 2 more things. I want to know how old they are and how long they've lived in Port Angeles.
Okay. And I would give an age range.
Sure.
And age, not how old are you, but,
Yeah,
are you
right.
between 40 and 50 or
Right.
50?
Please make my words unoffensive.
But this won't, here's my question though, is we get the results, right? So let's say we get the results and we find that 40% of the people feel that STEM programs are the most important. How does the information you're asking, the demographic information, correlate to that? How do we know that it's really our over 60s who want us to focus on STEM, but our 20-somethings want us to? I'm asking, how does that? I'm just asking. I'm curious. I know nothing
I think
about this.
one of the reasons that you want to know about age is because of who votes for what.
Right. So what I'm asking though, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, how does it say that? How do we just aggregate it that, like, every 40 to 50-year-old ranked this? Is that how our information is going to be broken down?
You can break it down that way.
Okay, that's my question.
And I think it's important to know what people 50 and above, they don't have children in school usually. What are they thinking? What do they think is important compared to someone 20 to 40 years old who has children in school?
Well,
I don't know.
We can add an age range really easy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
that's good.
2 more questions at the top might, it's just a little bit more parameters around the data that we get, and that's it. It's just more information that we can use.
Do you want to know, did you want to know how long they lived?
How long
Port
they lived in Port Angeles, yeah. I want to know if.
That might be really interesting to know too, if they're brand new or if they've.
How dedicated they are to the town, versus, if they just moved here and they're trying to figure it out.
Okay, so that's demographic information. Can you think, Mary, can you think of anything else that would inform us better about what they're thinking about school?
I would be satisfied with the ones we just named to
Okay.
add. Because I don't want anyone to feel offended like we are drilling down too much. So
Okay.
I think those would be pretty generic.
Yeah, okay. Number 2 I think is fine because I want to know that. Number 4, I don't know.
I'm disturbed by 4 also. I mean, I can't, because even if they answered the top 3, I'm not sure they'd be thinking what I'm thinking the systems are. So I'd like to still have something like a 4 in there, but I just would like it to be a little clearer. I just
So
think
2 and 3 go together. 4 and 5 go together. 6 has to do with diversity. Is that correct?
Yeah. Inclusionary
inclusion,
practices.
yeah.
Okay, and so what you're asking them, best the statement as relates to inclusionary practices is a big word. I don't think that's a good word to use for the public, inclusionary practices. You want this to be able, everybody to read this and know what inclusionary practices means. And I think where it says, number 6, research that shows that students do better when they feel included, valued, and welcomed.
So it kind of, the first sentence defines it. It says, research shows students do better in school when they feel included, valued, and welcomed in all aspects of learning along with their peers.
Period.
Yep.
I would just leave the rest of all that alone.
It's an opportunity to potentially, and maybe we don't want to do this, to educate. We call this inclusionary practices in education circles. I mean, if you don't want that, we can just remove that sentence.
Well, I would keep the first sentence, and I'd keep the last sentence. Our district has worked hard to remove problem barriers is another word that they might not know, to learning, while making our learning spaces and opportunities equitable for all. I think that's a great sentence. I think the first sentence is great. I don't think you need the second 2 sentences. You need to get some words out of this. It's too wordy.
See, the thing, I almost would say even take that out as well, because then you're answering, you're putting our bias onto the.
You're leading the witness.
Yeah, like, this is something where the point isn't to toot our horn here, right? The point is to get information on what you think. Now, the question is, do you think we've done a good job? That's different than, we are doing this. Does that make sense what I'm saying there? I'd almost just leave it at, research shows that students do better in school when they feel included, valued, and welcomed in all aspects of learning, along with their peers. And then go, please choose a response.
They don't know what peers means.
Please choose a response that best describes your household's feeling about each statement.
Everyone knows what peer pressure is.
Students feel valued, students provide, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and so here, you're asking them to discriminate whether they agree with this, they don't agree with this, they're neutral, they highly agree. I would just say agree or don't agree. I mean, how do you, students feel valued? Well, I agree. I don't know if I highly agree. I mean, you want to make this simple. And just say yes or no. Students see value. Yeah, I think they do, or no, I think they don't.
I don't have a problem with the degrees as they are. They're not that complicated.
Okay, then I would certainly put agree and highly agree first, because they're going to mark the first thing they see.
Okay.
So you don't want to set yourself up to get negative feedback just because it's the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
So, anyway, okay. So 6 and 7.
But I would also be happy with agree, disagree, and neutral.
Well, I would
highly, I don't know if necessary, but it's not offensive.
I don't think it's that important to discriminate between I agree and I highly agree. I don't know. But 6 and 7 go together. So everyone has
No, 6 and 7 don't go together. 7 is just for kids, for households that have special needs.
Okay, so all of that needs to be put in a box together or something.
It's gonna be a electronic survey, and it'll pop up and say number 7, or at the end it'll say, do you have a child that something to the liking of, do you have a student in the special ed program?
Okay,
Yes or no? If they hit yes, then the text will come up.
Okay,
If they
so
hit
number
no,
7
they'll
is
go to the next
only
one.
for special ed.
Correct.
Number 8.
Also just for ELL kids.
Correct, it'll be the same thing.
And then
You have a
high cap
child
kids.
in ELL? No, they don't even see the question.
Okay, and high cap kids.
Yep, same thing with high cap.
Number 9's a high
I
cap.
wondered about that, okay.
Yeah, so
So
if you
that's
don't
gonna
have
be
a
a
kid,
page.
if you don't have students in either of those programs, then they'll not ask for the question.
And this is going to be a page. Special ed. And this is English learners.
Yeah.
English language learners. So that's like English second language. English is their second language.
Yep.
Okay, and then the last one is
Balanced calendars, number 10.
what is the star? Where are the stars? Are they going to be little stars for each?
It'll be like giving a Yelp review.
Yeah. There you
People
go.
find that very pleasing.
Yelp review,
Yeah.
yeah.
Really
nail ya.
I really don't know what that means, but
You giggled anyway.
I'm okay with it.
You're like, how many stars could you
Again.
give eating at Toga's?
Okay.
5-star restaurant's a 5-star idea.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
I would certainly turn these backwards, though. I'd say I'm extremely supportive, 5 stars. I like the idea of 4 stars. I would, if you put the most, and this is gonna bias it. I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's gonna bias it, because a lot of times they'll just read the first thing and check it out.
Well, it might be if you're a little different than that. So if you're giving a review on Yelp, there'll just be 5 stars that are blank, and it says give us a review 1 to 5, right? And you just click on the one that you like. It's not in a list like this one. It's just a picture of 5 stars, and you click. And most people are really comfortable with that review system.
That's whatever, but I just would. Okay. Now let's go to the scales. That's 11 through what? 15? No, 11
No,
through.
11 and 12.
11. So we're going to go to something totally different now. We're moving from the stars and the bars, and now we're going to go down and do 0 to 100. Why 0 to 100? I mean, what's the difference between 59 and 60?
You can pick any scale you want. You name the scale. I'm not married to any of that. If you don't like the scale, if you want all of them to be stars, or you want none of them to be stars, I don't have any skin in that game. I just want your direction as a board.
Okay, sliding scales. Let me just tell you about sliding scales. You don't need one for this. I mean, there is no difference between 45 and 42.
What's the board want? Do you want a consistent, like, star rating? Do you want a consistent
I asked
ABC?
my question.
Do you want?
I asked my question at the beginning. The answer I got was a good one. That it keeps them engaged throughout the whole process. That's why the first question I asked.
No, if you
The reason why the answers are
Switching it up.
Switching it as you go, just to keep them. That's information from someone who does a lot of surveys, and Ranker's idea that it would keep them engaged throughout the whole process. So if that's the reason, I'm cool with it.
Okay, so would you be cool with if it said 0 to 10?
Yeah, that's fine.
Rather than 0 to 100, because it just, well.
Yeah, 0 to 10 is fine.
0
I
to
expect
10 's
on the survey it's going to be a little scale. You're going to click on a thing and you're going to drag it to where you want.
Is that what it's going to be?
Yeah.
Okay.
To be a slider.
The only thing with 11 and 12 is there's not an option for not applicable.
Right.
Because had I not had children's district, I would have been like, how do I rate their early learning? I don't know anything about their early learning services. What do you mean? If I had a not applicable, I would choose that, because I don't want to give a bad rating, but I don't have, my decision couldn't be informed from a place of knowledge.
And our early learning services and programs, is that kindergarten? I don't know what that is.
It'd be your transitional kindergarten, it'd be your child find stuff, it would be your developmental preschools.
Correct.
Any of that kind of stuff. This is why I said not applicable.
Anything pre-kindergarten.
Pre-kindergarten.
Correct.
So that would be developmental kindergarten.
Correct.
Well, then just say developmental kindergarten. I don't know, they'll know what that is.
I'm trying to just keep it from being too wordy.
Just ask what you want to know. Well, early learning services are the key words here.
Yep.
Okay. Using the sliding scale, how would you rate the entry school districts programs and services in preparing students for lifelong learning? Is that what we're asking? Life after high school.
Life after high
Like, does that mean CTE? Does that mean college? Does that mean anything?
Means transition them into the workforce, transition into a
that they
trade
have a
college,
plan.
transition them into a university. Anything else, what their path is after high school.
Okay, and the next two are about the bond. To me, that's the most important thing right here. And I don't know y'all think?
My only thing with that was okay, in preparation for that campaign, what should the board of directors consider about the Franklin Elementary part of the project? It's presupposing, and that's the same for 14, it's presupposing that people taking this know what part Franklin plays in the project and what part Port Angeles High School plays in the project. It's like they don't have the information for what's their basis of understanding for what how they can speak to that. I know it's open-ended, but you see what I'm saying? It's like I don't know anything about Franklin. My kids all went to Dry Creek 35 years ago when it was in the old Grange Hall. I don't know.
Could you write that in the box since it's open-ended?
I guess, yeah, but
how would that help us plan?
I mean,
true.
I feel like
I want there to be something that there is a bond issue coming up.
I mean, it almost
But
be wouldn't it be good to know? Are you aware of the 30-year plan for the school district? I mean,
capital plan.
I mean, do they even know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It'd be nice to know if they know, because if they don't know, then Carmen isn't doing her job.
Oh, poor Carmen.
Right.
Well, you know,
I guess then, yeah, if they don't know, then that's one more person to reach out to when it comes time to start campaigning.
Well, maybe then we want to say that your STEM would be the Port Angeles School District is doing
So
whatever.
isn't that what 13 says though? It says the Port Angeles School District's planning a bond campaign in 2025 to replace Franklin Elementary School and renovate a major portion of Port Angeles High School.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that tell you what is on the agenda?
And it says
So-
down here to replace Franklin Elementary School and renovate a major portion of Port Angeles High School.
Yeah, and
So it's two sentences that, why
so
can't it
trying
be
to break
one
it out,
sentence?
like, cause they might wanna say, you know, hey, I think all the money should be focused in on Port Angeles High School rather than Franklin Elementary School or vice versa. So that's why we gave them two text box around, like, what are your thoughts around Franklin, what are your thoughts around Port Angeles High School? In a text box where they can write
And
it
it's
out.
also Franklin, I don't know, looks like he's asking it twice to me.
It's the same question with
14
two
is-
different subjects. It's just to reiterate.
So, yeah,
It's not the
ask him a
same
question, and then
question.
in preparation of the campaign, what do you want the board to know about the Franklin project? I think it's horrible, or I think that school needs to be replaced first. And then the next question is, again, the same question, but in preparation, what do you want the board to know about Port Angeles High School? Like, what are your comments there?
Well, I can tell you what they're gonna say about that, cause we've already been here before and not passed the bond. I don't even know, I mean, renovation of part of the high school, we have a 30-year plan, they can look at it. We've shown it to the public, haven't we?
Yeah.
Don't we have this plan?
Right, but we're gonna
And it
keep
has
doing it.
who's gonna do what, when, and what year, and all of that.
But I don't know how much of the community will remember that when they're doing this survey.
This is just an opportunity, right, to take the temperature of what people know and how they feel about it, at least on these two small topics. Is that
I think it's gonna start something you're not gonna be able to get out of, I don't know. I just think
Is
those
that your
two.
worry? You think it's gonna upset people?
Yes. I want them to know we're gonna have a bond. I want them to know we have a 20-year plan. That's what we sold the capital levy on, is the 20-year plan, and the fact that they would not, when the bond came, it would not increase their taxes. I don't wanna open a can of worms, but if y'all wanna do it, I'm gonna let you make that decision. And then at the end, I think that 15 should be the very last thing. You wanna do more, do you wanna add more? Do you want us to talk to you more about this? So, I'm good with that.
Yep.
I'll say what I'm gonna say now.
I mean, we could be sneaky, add in a little question that, not sneaky, but just a question that would gauge the temperature for 13 and 14, which is, are you familiar with the school district's
Capital plan.
30-year capital plan? Yes or no? And then put the next question. I mean, I don't know, because that would be very helpful information to all of us if we know, wow, only 20% of our respondents even know that there is a 30-year plan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we have some work to do. Well, we already know we have work to do, but I guess I might add, now we're supposed to be taking questions away and I'm adding.
Well, I find that question about Franklin and the high school, I remember it's bad. I remember about the high school. I was on the board when that happened, and it was just, people said I thought we needed a new high school. Now you're talking about renovating part of it. It was not a good time. Mary, do you remember?
I get what you're saying. That would be a bad part of it. I don't remember that specific, but yeah, I do know that a lot of people want the high school, and when you throw Franklin in there, I do think that you're inviting that kind of a response.
Well, we heard it when we were running for Stevens. You guys told us that the high school had to be done, or it was going to fall apart. Now you're telling us this. Yeah, that's just going to be a conversation that we're going to have to continue to go.
Is that our plan, to replace Franklin and to renovate the high school?
That's the plan the board approved.
Yeah, that's what I mean, so that's our,
So we have
no
to
sense.
own it, and why we got there is this district can't afford to do the high school in all one fatal swoop.
Yep.
I mean,
Right.
we can't bond $200 to $300 million.
Right.
And with the construction costs, that's what it's gonna be. So what we thought was, 3 years ago now, was renovate a big portion of Port Angeles High School and replace the school with the highest need, which is Franklin.
Right. Yeah. I'm not questioning that at all. I'm just saying that if that's our
So
plan,
if
and
that's
I'm
not
not.
what we're doing, then, then this is wrong, but that's what we
No, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
then
that is
we
what we
need
did.
to, in my opinion, then we need to own it, and we need to start that conversation.
Agreed.
Even if it's gonna give pushback, but that's what we're asking for here, and that's what you might get, is why in the world would you be doing Franklin when you need to replace the high school? We need to know that, or vice versa, so will it open up a can of worms? Will it create people start talking? Yes, but that's what we need. We need people talking about it and giving us feedback around, I don't like it, I love it. We're trying to address the two greatest needs in our district and our next bond.
Yeah.
When it says, what should the board consider about Franklin, what were you envisioning a response might be from that one?
What do you want the board to consider?
Yeah, what would we be thinking about? I mean,
If I'm an average citizen, I might think.
Why?
Yeah, isn't
Why
Franklin
would you do
fine?
Franklin?
Isn't Franklin fine? I drive by it every day on my way to work, and it looks great. And they have no idea what's going on there.
And I might answer, I'd really like it to be a safer school, or my wants might be, I would like a really cool energy efficient school. I want to see solar panels and, plug-ins and things like that. Who knows what we're going to get.
Okay.
And it's going to depend a lot on how positive or negative
Is where we're hung
people
up
are.
is like two different text boxes? I mean, we
What
can put
I
them
would
back
do
together.
is just then do one sentence. The Port Angeles School District's planning to replace Franklin and renovate a major portion of Port Angeles High School. I would make that sentence and say, what would you like the Board of Directors to consider about these projects?
Okay.
yeah, I
Easy
like
enough.
that. I
Yep.
like that.
Okay.
Cool.
And the
that
only other
reduces
question
one question.
I would add one more question about how, I really wanted something about communication. I want to know how people want what do you want? What do you listen to more? Do you go to Facebook most, or do our mailers help most, or do you want Sarah Messner to come knock on your door and tell you what the next day plan is? Or I don't know. I want to know
How we can better,
Remember,
or how we can communicate.
I want us all to stay focused. This is the beginning portion. This
Right.
is just gonna feed our conversations to start the conversation in the focus groups. So when we get this data back, we're gonna be able to go to these focus groups and say, okay, this is what we heard, about Port Angeles High School. This group, give us feedback on that.
Right.
And so you'll be able to drill down as far as you wanna drill down in the focus groups at that point.
But would like from the community to tell us how they best get their information. What is their
Ask
love
them.
language?
How do you
So-
best get your information?
Yeah.
How do you receive information about Port Angela School District? And just let them check off the boxes, this way, this way, this way, this way.
Okay, that's not
Farming.
related to capital, that's just communication then.
Are you
Well,
talking
right, I
about?
wasn't saying necessarily with capital, I was saying just in general, in terms of our strategic plan, I think it's always gonna be
Yep.
a good plan to know how do you consume information? Because
Carmen just told us tonight.
yeah, but if
And
I
they can
hear
check
one
off
more,
the
I
box.
didn't know, or lack of
Mhm.
transparency, or any of that, I just wanna know what would make me most transparent to you, in what way can I get the information to you so you know that our world here is an open book.
Are you asking that question because we should put it on the survey, or is this just in?
No, I feel like we need a survey, how do you consume information? How do we best convey to you what we're doing? Something along those lines, and I'm not a survey
Well, you could say
writer.
something like the school district believes in being transparent with the community. What is the best way for us to give you information?
Yeah, something along those lines.
You can make it very simple, you
Just
don't.
an open-ended question if you want, a
Or-
text box, or
Well,
check off all
the
the different
survey's
ways.
gonna go out digitally, right?
Yeah.
Right?
In one form, yeah.
So pretty much all of them are gonna be getting that information digitally.
Right, but you were gonna do weren't we gonna try and find
Yeah.
other ways?
Mhm.
There's be some paper pencil.
So, okay, that's all I have to say about that.
Mary,
I'm done.
you good?
I'm good.
Jake,
Yep.
you sure?
Yep.
Carol?
Marty, are you feeling okay?
Marty's getting ready to fire me, I'm not looking at it.
You're not feeling okay?
Well, yeah, we'll make the adjustments. I want you guys to believe in it.
Oh, I would too.
But I just wanna keep us all, this survey, in my opinion, doesn't have to, I mean, it needs to be a good representative survey of what we want, but the real meat and the work's gonna come in the next phase. This is really gonna just start the conversations in the next phase around where we're headed. So I agree with all of the changes that you wanna make. We'll adjust it and,
And are we gonna get to see it online to see what it looks like?
yes.
And how easy it is
Only that you get to
yeah.
participate in it.
Do we get one more blush of it before it comes
I
out?
will.
All
I'll
right.
caution you though, the longer we push this out, the less chance we have a strategic plan come September 1. I mean, I wanna get to the meat of the work, so yes.
All right.
We're gonna do a quick turnaround on this. I'm gonna send it, we're not gonna make decisions by way of email, cause that's
No.
not legal. But I'll send you all a emailed copy of it, and then you can not talk to one another. You can email me and give me your feedback.
Okay, that's good.
At this point, do we vote on this as a first
No.
draft? Okay,
No.
no, okay.
I would say no.
So we have a
Action
motion on
item.
the floor to approve this. Would you like to withdraw your motion?
Is that where we're at right now? We need to?
Well, we've got, we
Yes,
have to,
please.
Okay,
Yes.
then I withdraw the motion.
you withdraw
I
your
do.
motion?
Or no, Mary, I didn't even hear
Mary,
any of that.
you withdraw your second?
Yes.
Okay. So we're at a place where we've discussed this and rehashed it. You're gonna take this back to Ann?
And we'll work on it, internally.
Okay. Well, I thought Ann was gonna write this. Aren't we paying her
She's
money
helping.
to do this? Okay, all right.
But I wanna be representative of what you want, so.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
gonna
you.
make
I
sure
do
I do it.
appreciate you giving us this opportunity to, do this. Okay. We're at 10.02, approval of second reading of policy 2162, education of students with disabilities under section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Do I hear a motion?
I will move 10.02.
I'll second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Motion passes. 10.03.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
Who moved and seconded that? 10:02?
I'm sorry.
Was it
Yes. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. That brings us to 10.03, approval of the second reading of policy 3112, social emotional climate. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes. Jenny, did you get that?
It was 7. Jason?
Sure.
Sorry.
Now we're going to move to 10.04, approval of the first reading of policy 6020, system of funds and accounts. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve this.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Okay, this is a first reading. Is there any discussion? Is there anything you think we need to know?
Mary, do you want to
This
share?
is the general fund, okay. So, everyone on, I shouldn't say everyone, the policy committee felt that action needed to be taken so that there is a greater fund balance. And based on conversation with Kira and Marty, the group felt that 7% was a good number to target. They didn't feel it was necessary to go higher, and felt that that would provide the reserve that is necessary. It was also felt that it needs to be reviewed more frequently, because the
I
other
agree.
has been there forever. And so that was the other important component. So I think based on those two pieces, they want to know the board's comfortable with the 7%. And in order to meet payroll, which is one of the big concerns if we have something happen and we aren't, we don't have it pass, you get stuck in the legislature, whatever could arise, I lost my train of thought.
We have enough money to pay our
That we
bills
have
for the
enough
month.
money
Right.
to, thank
Yeah.
you,
Mhm.
that we have enough money to meet payroll.
Right.
And that especially towards the end there, the April, March, and that whole
that time.
area, we need to be sure that we can do that and meet that. So, that's the recommendation.
Can I add a little context to that?
Please.
So if you look at your cash flow, that Kira does every month, and we know that in May and June are extremely low because of apportionment. If we allow ourselves to start the year with a 4% fund balance, we will not be able to make payroll in May and June.
Mhm.
Because a 4% would put us somewhere in the range of $2 million being in fund balance, and that would put us in the negative in those months. So this move is absolutely necessary to make sure that we start with a minimum of 7%, which is in current times it'd be somewhere in the range of $3.6 to $4 million depending on expenditures.
And we feel like 7 is enough. I just wanna go to 10.
We don't want to go to, I think 7 is good, based on
Okay.
their recommendations. I'm gonna trust their opinion on that.
$3.7 to $4 million gives us enough to make payroll for a month in case there's an emergency, and we're comfortable with that
any
at this
point in
point in
time.
time.
Of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Maureen.
No, I had just a general question. Non-voted bonds, which we've never done in any time I've been, is it 10 million still that our district could get?
Non-voted debt.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't.
You mean just the
I
ball?
wouldn't know
Yeah,
that right
we
off
could
the
just,
top of my head.
without having to ask our community. I'm not advocating for that. I was just curious if that number had changed.
I don't have that. I'll have to get that. Do you have
Okay.
that number, Kira? We'll have to get that to you.
It's really not an
Based
A1
on-
priority.
It's based on AD. so-
Just a question. Okay,
Okay.
let's carry on. Come on.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. That brings us to 10.05, approval of the first reading of policy 5882, sale of real property.
I move to approve this.
I second.
Okay, any discussion? Mary, you have anything to tell us about that?
No.
Okay.
We're good.
Any other discussion, Marty?
Nope.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. 10.6, approval of the first reading of policy 6950. Contractor assurances, surety bonds, and insurance to contractor assurances. What? Wait a minute. Am I reading that right?
It says title change.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, contractor assurances, surety bonds, and insurance, and the changes to contractor assurances, surety bonds, insurance, and change orders.
Yep.
Okay.
I move to approve this.
I will second.
Okay, any discussion?
The discussion on the policy committee was mainly around change orders. They were concerned about the increased expenses of that, and so they did discuss that it would be really as the board deemed appropriate, because we thought, well, there are things that we may be unforeseen that come about, but you don't want to have change orders if it can be helped.
Right.
But they didn't want to completely eliminate it, so they put it in with that caveat.
Yeah, that makes sense. And they're necessary in construction all the time, as
Yeah.
long as, and it's always upon approval.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees that it costs more and you have to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the change order language does give the superintendent the authority.
Right.
Because
Right.
some of those now, as we get into the change order work, this board and myself, we can have conversation on what level of change order is appropriate to just honor at a superintendent level, and what level do we need to have a conversation at the board
Exactly.
level.
Right.
Just a clear understanding of that process, but the board does give me the authority to keep the projects moving on.
Yeah, and projects, we can't be waiting 2 weeks
No.
for a board meeting for a decision
Exactly.
sometimes.
So you would be responsible, the party that would bring us any that you thought we need to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how it worked the last, I think it was anything at Pioneer, anything under $100,000, like the board gave me authorization to do it. Anything over that, they wanted to be brought to a board meeting.
Okay, so that'll come into contract when we start.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we'll, what I think is important here is the board trusts, like, the superintendent to be able to make those decisions with the caveat around what is the capacity that we want to know.
Okay.
Right.
You don't wanna know about a $2,000 pipe in the ground
Exactly.
change order.
You are 100% right on that.
I do not want to know ever.
Nor do I want to have a special board meeting every time we want to change a pipe.
No, no, no. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, board, and now we're moving to community comments, and I don't believe there's anybody here. So that puts us at, board of director comments, and Sunny, we're gonna go with you first. Are you tired of hearing us talk? We wanna hear you talk.
We have our new counselor in the mornings. We have Sabrina, because our previous counselor was only there the afternoons. So it's good to have a counselor available all day. Yesterday,
Yeah.
11th and 12th graders took the ASVAB, and tomorrow is the last day of our second trimester, so students have been working hard, and we start new classes next week.
Excellent.
Start what next week?
New classes.
So we're 2/3 through the year. Good. Goodness gracious. Time flies when you're having fun. Well, and you have a new counselor.
Mhm.
What is the
Her name
name
is
of
Sabrina.
Sabrina?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
She was an orchestra teacher.
All right, thank you, Sunny. We miss Luke tonight. Mary?
Other than policy committee, I don't think I have anything else to share. We've shared that. I'm good.
Thank you, Mary. Director Wright?
Oh, I've shared enough this evening.
Director Miller?
I have nothing to add.
Yes. I do want to say that Sarah and I did go see the new school at Quileute. and I
We
think
did do that.
Marty will be talking about that
Okay,
tonight.
cool.
Oh,
So
good.
Marty, it's your turn.
Just real quick, so the mask mandate goes away tomorrow night at 11:59 p.m. p.m. becomes optional. It's really transitioning from government mandate and organizational mandates to personal, choice. And so, we're aligned with that, and in preparation for Tuesday, we don't have school on Monday. Monday is a snow makeup day. We don't need that because we haven't had a snow day. That's good. So Tuesday morning, we'll have a new experience in our schools with mask optional. We'll see how it goes, but I think our team is prepared as well as we can to address the issues surrounding that. So we did take a trip. The PACAC went to the Quileute Tribal building. It's an interesting agreement, and I did not know, but the school itself is being built by the tribe, and the district is leasing the building for 25 years for $1, and then has an option to renew for another $1 for the next 25 years. So the Quileute Tribal Council and tribe own the building, and the district is leasing it for 50 years, which is an interesting.
So beautiful.
For a
The
$2
building,
bill.
the building itself is a beautiful building, and put together very well, and a lot of learning by the PACAC that took that trip, and it was, I think, a valuable use of our time.
It was absolutely breathtaking.
Yep, it is
So
but,
efficient.
and I want to go on public record of thanking the Quileute Tribal Council for allowing us to walk through the building. In fact, I think we're the only visitors that have walked through the building. They would not allow us to take pictures, because they're very sacred in that process of communication and sharing their school. So we put together a thank you card to the Tribal Council for allowing us to do that, and honored the request, no pictures, and just enjoyed the facility. So when you have an opportunity to see it and they start to share it, you will, I think, have the same reaction we did. It's a great little school.
That's great.
And I think that's enough for tonight.
All right.
Yep, I'm not there yet.
Okay. Items for the next agenda, meeting location and time.
Yeah, so the next meeting, we'll have a 6 p.m. executive session. That executive session will be for personnel, and it will be an hour in length, so please plan accordingly. The regular meeting starts at 7 p.m. right here in the Lincoln Center in room 208. That evening, we will have Lincoln High School report, Port Angeles through the month from Lincoln High, continuous school improvement plans, which will have 4 schools come out and share an update to the material that was shared tonight for ELA and math scores, and specific to schools. We'll have the February financial report, enrollment report, the math testing data report. We'll approve the board meeting schedule for the 2022-23 school year, and we'll start our balanced calendar conversation. From this point forward, we will start to bring material to the board around your learning on balanced calendars, the pros and cons from an operational side, so that this summer the board can determine, is this a direction that we would like to continue to study, and start putting together committees and teams of patrons and students and staff to prepare for or learn more as a system around balanced calendars. So starting next, or 2 weeks from now, we will start that process, and I'll have directors come out throughout the spring to share their learnings with you, so you can learn a little more about the pros and the cons to a balanced calendar.
Thank you.
Great.
That's exciting.
I know that Bremerton School District is really far along in their work towards the balanced calendar, so.
And I just want to,
We're just starting them.
state that
You haven't had.
we're talking for
We
the
only said-
23-24 school year,
Said we were interested.
discussion for balanced calendar.
That's it. So you haven't missed a thing.
Okay.
So a year and a half out. Year and a half out.
Okay.
In the best case scenario.
Anything else for the good of the order? This meeting is adjourned, and it was a long one.
Thank you.
Go, girl.
Hey, the next meeting will also be long, so just eat your Wheaties. The next one's gonna be a long one.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to change my